Well, good morning and welcome to the regular meeting of Council, Wednesday, March 9th, 9 a.m. And we'll call the meeting to order. And I will just ask Councillor Crick to say a few words about the situation in Ukraine.
Yeah, I'm just going to open up in prayer, and we're going to remember our neighbors, I guess, in the Ukraine, across the world, for the situation they're in there. Father, I thank you for the nice place that we have to live here and the great place. Thank you for all the great residents in the MD of Bonnyville and the staff here. And Lord, we remember that we live in a very blessed and fortunate place in this world. And remember the people in the Ukraine. We pray your blessing on them and pray that you'd grant them safety and bring the peace to that region. And pray for the people here that are from the Ukraine. Just pray comfort for them and peace in their lives as well. And pray your wisdom on the rest of this meeting today as we go forward. Amen.
Thank you, Councillor Crick. So we have an agenda in front of us. Is there any changes or corrections to that agenda? And I know we have a couple here, so.
Mr. Deputy Reeve, we do have one addition under Environmental and Protective Services. The proposed Alberta Provincial Police Service Information Report, and that would go under Environmental Protective Services.
Okay, and then there was, will that stay there, or do we want to move that further up in the agenda, or just leave it where it's at? Okay. So let's see, what do we got here? 7.2.3? Okay, see, any other, I guess no other changes to the agenda, so need a motion to accept that agenda. Sure. Councillor Krivyak makes that motion. All in favor? And that's passed. And then before we get into the bulk of the meeting here, we have a kind of a special guest star with us in the audience today. Tulupe Mariesa is we want her to come to the front here because Mr. Al Hogan has something to present to her that she's been waiting for many years.
Hello. I received in my hands just a week or so ago, a matter of fact, as you were walking out of my office, Councillor Swigert was walking in my office, and you had mentioned to me about attending the Society of Managers Conference, and you were just kind of wondering if I had any idea where your diploma was at. Well, come on up here. Your diploma is actually in my hand. So for council and members of the public, local government managers with a certain level of education and experience can apply for the designation of Certified Local Government Manager through the Society of Local Government Managers. It's an official accreditation. Tulu will now have letters behind her name. So we would just like to take this opportunity to congratulate Tulu on the hard work that it took. Tulu was supposed to receive this at the Society of Local Government Conference in 2019. However, that conference, May of 2019 and May of 2020, were canceled due to the COVID pandemic. And Tulu is finally going to receive her diploma today. So we just want to congratulate Tulu. So Tulu, come forward, shake my hand, shake their Deputy Reeve's hand.
Thank you.
And thank you very much, and thank you for all the hard work. It is a bit of a job to get through the. I would also like to mention that this year at the conference Ms. Kienbaugh, our General Manager of Community and Planning Services, and Bowen Clausen, the Director of Parks and Recreation, are both receiving their accreditation at this year's conference as well, which as of today has not yet been canceled, and obviously with the things the way they're working, that conference will be likely still going ahead. So thank you, Tulu. Congratulations, and congratulations to both Esther and to Bowen.
Adoption of the minutes, regular meeting of council February 23rd. Everyone's had maybe a chance to look at that. I wasn't here for that meeting, but anybody want to make a motion to approve those minutes?
I'll make the motion we approve the minutes.
Okay, all in favor? And I guess I just kind of failed to mention, I'm chairing this meeting because Reeve Kalinsky is sitting in front of me, but virtually, so I can wave at him and he can wave back, but he's not feeling that well this morning, but he's was healthy enough and kind enough to sit at home, and he looks kind of sharp, so I called him this morning. It wasn't sounding that great, so he's probably better off not to talk. Okay, so we have public hearings this morning. We have 5 bylaws that require public hearing. And so I'm going to just read off the public hearing,
Mr. Chair,
sort of guidelines.
they're scheduled for 10 a.m.
Oh, were they scheduled for 10? Okay, perfect. That's right, it does say 10 a.m. Okay. And then the delegations, 1 and 1:30, so we'll skip through those. Business arising, I would suggest no business arising from the minutes. New business. Notice of motion, that would be council. If anyone on council had approached administration with something that they wanted brought forward, they could have done that. We have no notices of motion for this meeting. Doesn't mean there aren't any motions, there just was no notice of motions brought forward by council. We'll go into environmental and protective services. So Mr. Gandolfi has his, I think it's his annual report.
Let's try that again. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. I'm here to present our 2021 annual report. Report is provided to council with an update on activities within the Public Safety Department. Attached for council's review is Appendix A, PowerPoint presentation, which is our annual report. It's tied into goal number 2, which is enhancing safety in our community. And it's recommended that after the report is presented that it be accepted as information by council. And is it just the middle one that I push to navigate? So while we're loading the report, I did look at what had previously been presented. It was in the neighborhood of around 40 pages. There was a lot of information in there that I thought was maybe interesting, but not necessarily useful. Vehicle types, times of the day, things like that that are good information to have, you know, for enforcement purposes. But I'm just not sure that council needs to have that information and to be in front of you for an hour presenting it. I don't know if it's quite what we're looking for. So I did compress our data a little bit, and I'll be looking for feedback to see if what I've put together is a little bit more conducive to explaining what it is that we do. Good to go? Okay. It's okay. I think it's coming up as a PDF rather than a PowerPoint. Okay, no problem. Let's just do that. That's fine. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so there's a mission statement both for the Public Safety Department and also for the School Resource Officer Program. Public Safety Department is committed to providing the residents of the MD of Bonnyville with effective law enforcement. We provide community-based law enforcement services in an accountable, cost-effective manner that directly responds to the needs of our community. And then the SRO officer mission statement to assist students in making informed choices through awareness, education, positive role modeling, and comprehensive programming. Next slide, please. And next slide again. So Just a list of our officers. We have 11 officers who are all sworn, and we also have a support clerk in the office who assists us with the day-to-day administration of the office, processing of tickets, that kind of thing. And of course, we've got some guests in our building right now as well in the form of OH&S, but that may be a temporary fit for us. But this is our public safety team. Next slide, please. So we talked a little bit about the establishment. We saw a reduction in 2021 from 13 personnel down to 11, and that just took place through normal attrition and just not rehiring the personnel that had left. We also reduced our fleet. We've just recently sold 2 of our vehicles at a very fair price. They're just awaiting decommission and delivering, or I should say pickup by the organization that picked them up. It was another law enforcement organization that took the vehicle, so that saved us quite a bit of funding as far as decommissioning the vehicle, having to take equipment out of it. It's always better to try to find another law enforcement agency that can use the equipment that we have, and we did manage to do that in this case. So those vehicles will be gone probably within the next 20 or 25 days. We also have an off-highway vehicle and a quad as well that we can use for trail patrols and primarily summer patrols. Go ahead, next slide. And we're focused on crime prevention. Next slide, please. So this is a graph of the number of patrols that we did to the various pieces of MD infrastructure. We were hearing from Waste and also from Parks that we're having some problems with our bin sites, being kind of rummaged through things that don't belong in the bin sites being deposited there. So we spent quite a bit of time. So in 2021, we had 1,001 patrols to the various bin sites. Counts for 35% of our crime prevention patrols. You'll see campgrounds again, 721 patrols to the various campgrounds, 25% of the volume. We've made an effort to patrol to town halls as well. A lot of these buildings are remote, and they're sometimes unoccupied for several days or possibly even weeks at a time, depending on what time of the year it is. So we made an effort to increase patrols to our town halls. Copala building was patrolled, obviously. And then, of course, TNU made some, borrowed some real estate there for a while, so it became less necessary for us to be there on an every other day basis because they had personnel there. Also, Kinnasoo, we got going here as soon as the winter was, had us able to have people skiing, so we had 55 patrols to Kinnasoo. Landfills as well. I think we all heard about some of the issues that we had in terms of the gates and people breaking into the landfills to try and gain access, maybe steal some of the metals and things like that were inside. So there were a few gates that were rammed last year. So we've made an effort to make patrols out to the landfills as well with 708 patrols. Any questions on these focus points before we move on to the next slide?
There was a comment about recently about fuel being stolen from just about every MD shop, and Ardmore had an event a couple of days ago, and they had stuff stolen out of their area.
So, through the chair to members of council, I'm aware of this issue. I spoke to the general manager of infrastructure services about it. We had a meeting with his foreman. We have been making we did make contact with the Solicitor General about being able to do some proactive overnight patrols and to see if we can have our people actually on site conducting, surveillance, I guess, if you will. Unfortunately, there's a prohibition to us doing surveillance on behalf of the Solicitor General program. They don't want us doing static surveillance, but we are going to do something. We're going to do some static patrols. We're going to do overnight shifts. That's already being scheduled. And that's also going to be addressing the issue of mailboxes as well, because our mailboxes continue to get hit, and we're working with the RCMP and Canada Post on that as well. So we are doing some overnight patrols. I'm not going to say when or where, but we're going to do something in that regard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Crime prevention through environmental design. This is a program that the MD's had the Peace Officer program has had in place for numerous years now. Essentially, the program is designed to help people harden their property. So our officers are trained to go onto a property and do an assessment, do a report essentially on how well the property is situated in terms of lighting, in terms of access, tree lines, visibility, things like that. We actually come out and we do an assessment on the property and we provide a report to the homeowner. I can tell you that during one of our down periods in COVID, when we weren't doing a lot of public contact or trying to minimize that as much as we could, we did numerous septheads on our MD infrastructure. So our grader shops, I think we had 2 officers go out to Kinnessoo and do an assessment there for the ski hill and provide a report to Kinnessoo management. So we did keep busy doing some of these septhead surveys during that down period through COVID. I don't know that the public has as much knowledge about this program as they should, so we're going to work hard in 2022 to sell this program a little bit more. A lot of our officers are trained. It's not a simple program. It's several days or weeks. It's about a week of training through experts, so it's something that we've invested some time and energy into, and I think needs to be reinvigorated to some extent. Frankly, with more people staying home, I think over the last 24 months, it's been maybe less relevant, less on people's minds, just like the vacant home check program. They're home, they're kind of watching their own property, so it's been a bit of a break for us in terms of doing some of those proactive patrols. Next slide. So we're focused on industry. We partner with CNRL, Baytex, Husky, Cenovus, and Imperial Oil deliver patrols to their well sites and to their roads, their service roads. In 2021, we delivered 1,562 hours of patrol services to our industry partners on a fee-for-service basis. Whenever we pull over a vehicle on any of these roads, we do a report to their safety personnel. And sometimes we do, the message is good, that we pulled over a vehicle, did a check, everything was in order, the driver was polite, everything was excellent, and we send that information forward as well. So it's a good news and sort of a bad news reporting system that we have. We do have a meeting that we're planning with all of our industry partners for the spring, just before road ban season gets underway, so that we can have some discussions on what their expectations are from us. If we're meeting those expectations, I can tell you that anecdotally, just discussions I've had through our officers and through their liaisons, they seem to be quite happy with the service that we're providing. And typically we provide a little bit more rather than less, so we always meet our mandate, and we report to them monthly on the hours that we've provided. So, next slide, please. Commercial vehicles. So we've got about 4 of our officers spend a great deal of time doing industry patrols and commercial vehicle checks. 268 commercial vehicle inspections were done in 2021. And I always ask our officers to take photos and send them to me, and I share them primarily with my GM, but this is a tire that was, the vehicle that was stopped in the MD. We've got numerous photos of tires like this. Typical issues that we have are in terms of equipment are things like chains, like overweight. I think if we go to the next slide, actually, I've got a bit of a indication what are some of the things that we often see. Leaky airlines, road use violations, bald or worn tires, overweight vehicles. Those are the most common ones that we deal with when we're doing industry patrols and commercial vehicle checks. Next slide, please. Focused on traffic safety with over 4,000 kilometers of roads within the MD. Next slide, please.
Yeah,
Sorry.
before I get too far, so in regards to your commercial, 268 commercial stops, is that average, or is that less because of COVID, or is it a slowdown? What was our averages beforehand?
Certainly would have been less. We've got, I can think of a couple of guys, one guy in particular that we have who, that's really his bread and butter, so he'll go out and do 4 or 5 a day, right? So these checks are, it depends on how much kind of work there is on the vehicle to note, right? If there's a lot of problems, he might spend an hour or 2, because he doesn't just sit there and write the tickets and write the warnings, but he spends a lot of time educating. I've actually observed him on our closed circuit television system that we have on his body cam, and it's one of the things I really appreciate about this particular officer is the amount of time he spends educating
Nice.
The drivers. So He might spend, you know, a couple hours on one vehicle sort of thing, right? Then again, if he pulls the vehicle over and it's 25 minutes and everything looks really good, then it's a short stop. So it can really vary. 268, I think, is probably, I'd like to see that number a little bit higher. And I think we're going to get there considering that we have a lot of traffic seems to be increasing in the area and industry seems to be more robust, I guess, than it would have been this time last year. So I think that with the increased traffic, we're going to see some increased commercial vehicle checks.
So when you're, so when there's a noise, commercial noise complaint, is that kind of under, does that fall under the same numbers? Like Jake breaks and things like
Okay,
that,
so
and yeah.
No. Well, a Jake break is, you know, that's a moving violation when you, so when we're doing equipment, it's primarily, or commercial vehicle check, we're primarily looking for equipment, things that you can, it's not a moving violation like speeding. The Jake breaks, there's a section of the Traffic Safety Act that deals with that very thing. So that would be a separate
That's your
thing.
next slide?
To be honest, well, we'll talk about Jake breaks in a bit, but
Sounds good. Okay, thanks.
I know there's some folks that are still concerned about them, particularly up north, and we do get reports, and when we get them, we do deal with them as best we can, but
Awesome.
can't be everywhere, I guess.
Okay, thanks.
No problem. So this slide here deals with the, basically where we're conducting our patrols and where we're spending our time. Ward 1, I'm afraid, is a little bit of an outlier. We're really trying to figure out a way that we can mine out some of this information because our office is situated in Ward 1, we're always either coming or going to, you know, for a bathroom break, a meal break, or to do paperwork, pick up a piece of equipment. Who knows what we're doing. So Ward 1's always got a little bit more contact than the other wards. And I guess that would be followed closely by Ward 2, because when we're going out to the other wards, we're always passing through Ward 2. So there is a little bit of disproportionate numbers there, but I'll let you have a look. Mr. Chair, members of council, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Sorry, Councilor Dave, I saw that number's pretty small.
Yeah, so it's either a good thing or a bad thing. Either there's no crime in Cherry Grove, or everybody's really good, or, I don't know.
I understand the concern. I appreciate it. We have to do a better job of balancing this. It's just, you know, unfortunately, it's one of those things where we have, you know, one of the wards is and one of the communities is so far out that, you know, you might be heading out there, then you'll get peeled off, and you know, you'll get into something else. Having said that, we can do better, and we will. So
Because it's just down the road from the ski hill, right?
that's true.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, there's way less crime in Ward 3 than Ward 6, too.
And hearing no more questions, we'll take the next slide, please. All right, so these are the types of files that are very typical for us to deal with. Dogs and livestock are a lot of what we do, So people have been generally home, I think, a little bit more. Again, I'm hoping that as time goes by, we can stop sort of relying or factoring in how COVID has affected our operations, because it really did. People are home with their dogs more. There's just less dog complaints. Dogs aren't running at large as much. If a dog's outside barking incessantly, maybe the homeowner will go out and deal with it as opposed to a neighbor having to call us. So I think that's why our stats are down a little bit there. But you can see that unsightlies have stayed fairly consistent. Parking has stayed fairly consistent. Noise, again, fairly consistent. We've got ATVs, very little in the way of change. Traffic is down based on the fact that, again, we weren't doing enforcement for a good chunk of 2021. So, but you could see already in 2021, having only worked half a year, we're almost, you know, up to 2018, 2019 levels if we have a full year. So I think we're on the right track as far as bringing up that stat. And of course, the assistance to the RCMP, one of the things that was given to me as a mandate very early on in my service with the MD was to try and improve relationships with the RCMP. I think that we've accomplished that, and we're continuing to build on that as we go forward. So, you know, 14 in 2021, I don't know how many so far this year, but if you factor in, we only had 6 for the previous 3 years. I think we're on the right track there as well. Next slide, please. Trespassing is another common one. 2021, we had 14 trespassing incidents within the MD. I just want to be clear about one thing too. We don't look at trespassing to property or, well, to structures. We're not really set up to deal with that, because if somebody's trespassing in a structure or in a home or in a property, that involves a level of enforcement that we don't have. We'd have to go into that property and assess who's in there, and it's sort of not safe for us to go in there. We're not armed and we're not trained to the same level of a police officer. So when we're dealing with structures, we typically stand back and we'll call in the RCMP. When we're dealing with open spaces, quadders, things like that, that's when we can get on board and assist. So 41 unsightly complaint violations. I'm sorry, that should read 2021, not 2022. All mitigated, all incoming complaints. We work very well with planning and development, and even on a couple of files we've had to bring in safety codes and public health through Cold Lake. It's worked out very well, made lots of contacts there. Overall, I think that the community standards piece is being managed. I've not heard any problems come to our department from public work, from planning and development. So. And next slide. So dogs, I had mentioned before that they account for a large portion of our volume. So 887 licensed dogs are within the MD, and probably an equal or greater number of unlicensed dogs. Responded to 144 calls in 2021, laid 42 charges as well. 19 of those 144 calls were actually of a dog or dogs actively behaving aggressively towards people or other dogs or livestock. So some of these were kind of higher risk calls. They're not that uncommon, unfortunately. And we do see scenarios where we've got 3 or 4 dogs sort of in a community wandering around, causing problems. And it doesn't always result in a bite, but it can. So we treat these things very seriously. Just on that note too, sorry, we've procured new poles for our officers to be able to contain dogs when they do have them. We had a couple of ones before that weren't that good, so we've got brand new ones. We've got one in each car now. We only used to have 2 before. Now every vehicle has one. We also have bite gloves, not only for dogs, but for little critters, raccoons, and things that we have to deal with. So we've procured gloves that actually cover almost up to your armpit that are coated. It's almost like a welding glove. And we've got one of those in each patrol vehicle now. That wasn't the case before. So.
And Councillor Fredev has a question for you.
Thank you. So in regards to your 887 dog licenses, is there a cost to a dog license? And if there, what is, what are the consequences if you have a dog and they don't have a dog license?
So if the dog isn't licensed, there is a cost, I believe. Actually, no. I don't believe there is a cost for license. There is a cost for when a dog is apprehended without a license. That's when it gets interesting. And what we do with those is that we apprehend the dog, we bring it to the SPCA. We pay the SPCA, it's a standard rate that we have with them, and then the dog is not released to the dog or pet owner until they've actually come to the main office here and paid their fine, because it's a fine for not having a license. And then we release the dog through the SPCA. And then the dog
so there's no cost to getting a license, but there is a penalty if you don't have a license and you get caught without a license.
Correct.
Okay.
For a license?
And that can be brought to you, done through your office then?
I have to apologize. I was just advised of something, and I should know this answer, but I get twisted up on this one a little bit. So we do have a $25 fine, a license fee. And that's what that is paid in the first instance. And then the fine, the other part of it that I explained is accurate, that we do fine them, and then the dogs are picked up after they've paid their fine here.
So in regards to the cost of the license, is that done annually or is that done?
It's a one-time.
One time?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Councillor Crick?
Yeah, just since we're talking about dogs, I had a conversation with a fellow recently where anyway, some dogs were getting out and you guys got involved and I think helped mitigate the issue. He'd mentioned that it would be a good idea, and I thought so too, if we could include in the rural review just something about pet owners' responsibilities. So I don't know if that's something you guys can look into, but just, just something small so people know, understand, and they're responsible for their own dogs, obviously, but it might be good to put it in there. And then on a positive note, he also said that Cindy, who answered the phone for you guys, was just, he said, what I wrote it down, wonderful lady, very good on the phone. So she does a great job, he said. So.
Well, through the chair to Councillor Quick, I appreciate that comment. I agree with him completely, and I like the suggestion about the rural review, and I think we'll see something in there very soon. Next slide, please. Focused on children. So our SROs, 2 of them obviously, we've got them working with 23 area schools throughout the communities of Cold Lake, Bonnyville, Glendon as well. We've got a school in Iron River and Ardmore. So we've got them working in 23 area schools, 3 school divisions. And in 2021, they delivered 1,341 presentations to over 34,000 students. Pretty proud of this number, 1,341 presentations. We were having a staff meeting just the other day, and I took a moment to pause and share this with the rest of the team. And like I said, I think that's a very special number that we should be proud of. They worked very hard, and unfortunately with COVID has been a very difficult time for them as well, because there's been rescheduling of classes, and all of a sudden there's a snow day. All it takes is a snow day or no buses running, and their entire week is kind of thrown into a bit of a tailspin. So it's constantly a situation where they're having to juggle their priorities. So I'm very proud of the work that they've done over the year, and look forward to continued success of that program in 2022.
So the burden of the cost of this program, that's just done through the MD, right? We're not cost sharing this program at all with any of the other municipalities that we're at their schools with or anything like that?
Through the chair to Councillor Fadeev, that's correct. Both municipalities were approached in a cost-sharing formula, and my understanding is that was not supported.
And the school board doesn't give us anything for that either?
I did not have direct contact, through the chair to Councillor Fadeev, I did not have direct contact with the school boards, but I believe someone within administration has had that contact, and it was a similar scenario.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Next slide, please. And just a summary of the schools. We're still on the SRO program here, just to give you an idea where we are, and just, I guess, the disparity of where they have to travel within the MD. They've got a lot of schools throughout. It's a large geographic area, so this is a snapshot of where they do their work. Next slide, please. And finally, just to wrap up on the SRO, some of the programs that they deliver. Peace Patrol, it's a program for grade 4 students to get them thinking about leadership. Things like crosswalk safety, being some of those crossing guards, and that kind of thing. Right Choices is a program that's designed to help grade 5 kids make good choices on a variety of topics, physical health, mental health, etc. Crime Scene Investigation, teaching grade 6 students to make the magic of forensics. So we spend some time, I shouldn't say we, the SRO, spend some time with fingerprinting, with DNA, photographing. It's one of their most popular classes that they teach. The Power Within Me, helping grade 7 children work with self-esteem, self-respect, and confidence. And Life Choices, grade 8. And these are just some of the snapshots. There's always little ad hoc requests that we get from the schools for a particular topic on, bullying or cyber threats, things like that. And some of those things are itemized on the right hand of the slide as well. So. And next slide. And I'm available for questions if anybody has any.
Councillor Slipchuk.
Yeah, on your focused on industry back on that, Husky, they sold out to Strathcona. So you're in talks now with you've had talks with Strathcona because they took over Husky. Are you doing working with them as well?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Slipchuk, we have had discussions with Strathcona. Yes, thank you.
Any further questions from anybody? Just a quick comment from me, and Councillor Fadeev kind of brought it up again. We have lots of discussions off and on about school boards, and we really don't have a relationship with them, and like this year SRO program would be something that I would kind of be hoping that maybe we can get together with school boards and kind of not just talk about that, but talk about other things that we do, because I get calls from people saying, you know, there's a busing problem, and because they pay taxes, and I say, well, more than half your taxes are now to the school board, but we have no say at all. So it would be nice, I think, to maybe form those relationships and get together once or twice a year with school boards. Councillor Fadeev?
Yeah, but everybody, the way it's structured, everybody has a contact number, and they can call their, or what do you call them?
Their trustee?
Their trustee, right? Just like they can call us. So I encourage everybody to get out there and call. Right now, I know our bus has been canceled for the rest of the year, and they can't find a replacement for it. So I've had a few calls, and I just let them know that they can call the trustee just as they can call us. And unfortunately, because we don't have those relationships, there's nothing that we can tell the school board that they can't tell either, right? But for sure.
Yeah.
And the mentioning of the costs of school fees are going up, and yet they're getting nothing really in return. So
Okay, thanks for your report. And we need a motion just to accept that for information. Councillor Krivyak? All in favor of that motion? Thank you. Thanks, Louis. Okay, I think you're still up. Or are you still up? Are you
Yes,
doing
Mr.
the
Chair,
Fire
that's
Guardians?
correct.
Okay.
So this is an RFD for the appointment of 2022 Fire Guardians. And it says, as per the Forest and Prairie Protection Act, RSA 2000, Chapter F19, Section 4, Sub 2, Council of the Municipal District shall appoint for a term not exceeding 1 year, with effect from the beginning of the fire season, a sufficient number of fire guardians to enforce this act within the boundaries of the municipal district, except that part of the municipal district that is within the forest protection area. In preparation for the 2022 fire permit season, the following individuals require appointment by the Municipal District of Bonnyville number 87 as fire guardians. Dan Heaney, Irene Walecki, Dwayne Ethier, Ed Waitrick, and I apologize if the spelling, Watrich, thank you, if the pronunciation isn't accurate. Vic Collady, Baz Churko, Diane Jenkinson. The following station chiefs require appointment as fire guardians as well. They will not be issuing permits, but need the appointment to be able to cancel permits in the event of an incident. Walter Smeal, Dan Amelia, Gordon Graves, Craig Wenzel, Kim Ferguson, Cordell Ackert, and Derek Newman. The appointment is for 2022. In addition, council should also make their annual motion allowing the Reeve or the Deputy Reeve in his absence to declare a fire ban in consultation with the Bonnyville Regional Fire Authority, BRFA. This allows for fast reaction to changing fire conditions without the need to call a special council meeting to implement a fire ban. This is tied into goal number 2, which is enhancing safety in our community. References to legislation, Forest and Prairie Protection Act, RSA 2000, Chapter F19, Section 4, Sub 2. Funding is through the BRFA, and administration recommends that council approves the appointment of the following individuals as fire guardians under the Forest and Prairie Protection Act for 2022 fire permit season. I already read these, I won't read them again. And that council further authorizes the Reeve or the Deputy Reeve in his absence in consultation with the BRFA to place and remove fire bans in the MD for the 2022 fire permit season.
Okay, thanks for that. So we'll have 2 motions here. We'll need a motion first to approve the individuals as fire guardians.
I'll make the motion to approve the individuals listed as fire guardians.
Thank you, Councillor Crick. All in favor? That was passed. And the second motion to authorize Reeve and Deputy Reeve to, in his absence, in consultation with the Bonnyville Regional Fire Authority, to place and remove fire bans in the MD.
I'll make that second motion.
Councillor Slipchuk makes that motion. All in favor of that one? And that's passed. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Reeve also is in favor of that one. Thank you. Okay, then we had, I think we have you for one more there. It's your police report. You had something to do with the RCMP and what's
Mr.
going
Chair,
on.
I'd be
so-
happy to go through that one right away if that,
Yep, and that sounded like a bit of an emergent one, so, yeah, because we're going to RMA next week. and
That's
maybe-
correct.
Maybe that's something that'll be useful.
I'll just wait for my copy here as well so we can go through it together. That's okay, thank you. So I had, this stems from a presentation that I attended on February the 16th in relation to the Alberta Provincial Police Service and the RCMP PPSA contract in the province of Alberta. I've been asked to give a briefing on a presentation put on by the National Police Federation, which was the union that represents the RCMP. They were in town on February 16th, and I went to presentation. So, all right. So in 2019, the government of Alberta formed the Fair Deal Panel designed to develop strategies to improve Alberta's position in Confederation. One of the recommendations was the elimination of the RCMP as Alberta's provincial police service and replacing it with the Alberta Provincial Police Service. PricewaterhouseCoopers was hired to conduct a study between October 2020 and April of 21 to determine if a made-in-Alberta police service was feasible and to develop a proposed policing model. PricewaterhouseCoopers returned 2 model concepts to the government for consideration, and the government has been conducting public consultations to gauge the public's interest in the creation of the Alberta Provincial Police Service. There are several virtual sessions planned for March 2022. Login details will be made available to council if they wish. Unfortunately, the only in-person session for this area already took place with no notification from the province as to when or where it was happening. The National Police Federation Union, representing the RCMP, has also been conducting public consultations, one of which myself and General Manager Matt Jans attended recently on February 16th, 2022, and this is a summary of that presentation. PricewaterhouseCoopers proposed 2 concepts outside of what is currently in place with the RCMP. Model A is a completely new concept to policing that involves tiered policing with different levels of training and authorities being given to the new officers. The status quo of RCMP and the 2 model concepts have similar numbers in terms of resources, but their deployment concepts are somewhat different, as are their costs. Appendix A breaks down the structure of the various models in detail. And can I have Appendix A, please? So I just want to reiterate again, and I want to be clear that this is what was presented by the NPF, not by the RCMP, not by the government of Alberta. This is the union representing the RCMP, and clearly they have an interest in remaining the provincial police service of choice in Alberta. Staffing levels. So if we look at, I'm not sure if you have that before you, so we won't have to look up at the screen, but the current model is on the left. It's the red model. That's the RCMP model. And then the 2 proposed models are on the right, Model A and Model B. Model A struck me as a sort of a, what we've been hearing about in the news about potentially reallocating policing resources to other departments, whether it's social services, whether it's maybe other levels of enforcement like sheriffs and that kind of thing. But what's compelling about Model A is that, you know, the tiered level of policing, in other words, level 1, a fully trained police officer, they're going to have 1,613 positions, and they're going to have 1,540 level 2 officers. Not really sure how that works. I've never seen that done in this country before. I think it sort of ties into sort of the, not the defund, but again, the restructuring of the finances and where the money's going into. Model B is more of a traditional policing model similar to what we currently have with the RCMP. You'll see under any of the 2 scenarios, either Model A or Model B, it calls for $188 million of federal funding to be eliminated in terms of a payment to the government of Alberta towards their policing services. So in the provinces of Quebec and Ontario, where they have their own provincial police, they don't receive a federal fund, a benefit, I guess, to having the RCMP there. So in our case, it would be $188 million that would need to be found throughout the province. The province would have to make up that difference. Some of the other considerations that I had questions about, the training. Currently, all RCMP officers go through 28 weeks of training at depot. They're not fully trained when they leave the academy. They do have a period of 4 to 6 months afterwards where they do recruit field training in the field, and they have a coach, and they're kind of paired with another officer, and they're taught sort of what they didn't learn at the academy. The models that we have with the Alberta Provincial Police as it stands right now calls for the training of all new recruits to be done by the Edmonton and Calgary Police Service. So I guess one of the considerations that we need to factor is whether or not those two organizations are set up to do that. I suspect that if we asked a training sergeant in either one of those departments how that looks, or whether they have the infrastructure in place to conduct that training, I don't want to speculate, but I suspect they've probably got their hands full with their own people, let alone having to train 2,500 new recruits. So that will be one of the considerations. There are other police departments in the province. There's Lethbridge, there's Medicine Hat. And there was also discussion years and years ago about possibly a police academy in the province, and so I don't know if that's on the table, and I don't believe the NPF knows. That's one of the questions that needs to be asked of this process. Additionally, the cost, we talked about the $188 million, which the province would lose in federal payments as a subsidy for the RCMP. That seems to be a given that given that the other two provinces don't currently receive it, it seems a foregone conclusion that Alberta would lose that as well. Also, the current setup that the RCMP has in the province of Alberta in terms of their buildings, I would say about half of the buildings that you see RCMP officers working out of are owned by the local community, whereas the other half are owned by the government, by the federal government, and leased in some sort of formula back to the province. So I don't know how that would work as well. We have to consider that, and I guess the province would need to explain where the new buildings would come from in the event that, they'd have to work out some kind of a real estate transaction with the federal government to make some of those transactions work. Let's see, we have First Nation communities. We do have some First Nation communities in our geographic area, and very storied history with the RCMP going back to over 100 years. And so those relationships don't develop very quickly; they develop over time. And the APPS would need to have some kind of a plan to address the Aboriginal policing component as well. So I don't know how that's going to look either. Finally, recruiting was one of the key things I focused on. Recently in Surrey, there was a changeover from the RCMP to a Surrey Municipal Police Force. About 14% of eligible RCMP officers switched over to the new organization. They found in many cases, and this is just something, through reading internet and things like that, desirable pension in the federal government, benefits and things like that. So when you weigh the big picture cost of living in the area, it made sense for only 14% of them to switch over. So again, recruiting is an issue. Policing is not what it once was in this country. I think it's become more complex. There's a lot more accountability, a lot more overwatch, and as time goes on, the pressure that police officers feel in the country is only going to get greater. So I don't know how that recruiting is going to work as well. And I guess the message that if I can take one message away from this meeting that I attended with Matt, was that there's just a lot of unanswered questions. I think it's a good thing for those questions to be answered before or at least discussed before any major decisions are made, because it's a big decision, so. There's a lot of information that I've attached. I don't want to go through all of the pamphlets, but really the one that's on the screen and the one that displays the 2 or the 3 different types of models is one of the more, it's a snapshot of what they're looking at doing. It's the multicolored one that's up on the screen. So I suppose I'll turn it back to Chair and members of council. If they have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Councillor Fadеев.
Yeah, we had a presentation with RMA a couple, 3 weeks ago, and you're right, I came out of there with more questions than I did having answers to it. So one thing I know, thanks for addressing the 14% switch from, like in Surrey. Was it Surrey, was it Burnaby that went on their own, and the cost of communication was not accounted for? So it was an extra. It was tens of millions of dollars just by going to their own system, and I don't see any of that covered. I see the talk about buildings, but not anything to do in regards to the communication issue that they possibly could have with switching over from RCMP to provincial.
Through the chair to Councillor Fadеев, the communication piece in Alberta is a little bit different. I think we do have a system in Alberta called AFRAX that the province owns, and then of course the various organizations can buy into it. So I don't know that it's quite as big of an issue as, I'm not sure what the formula they have in BC was. I know that, through, again, anecdotal articles and things that I've read, like you, I'm curious about what happened in Surrey, and I know that there were some gaps with technology, but they're working on a 4-year plan, right? So, or a multi-year plan. I can't say for sure that it's 4. So I can tell you that right now the officers, the RCMP in Surrey, are working hand in hand with the officers for the new Surrey Police Force. So they're working together seamlessly, trying to work towards that transition. So these things happen in phases, and they happen over several years. And yeah, there's going to be bumps along the way, and I don't believe for a second that the issues that they're having in Surrey would even scratch the surface of what we're dealing with in Alberta. We've got a lot of issues that would have to be tidied up.
So if we would lose the RCMP in the province, the RCMP would still be here, correct, in some sort of fashion in regards to a federal jurisdiction, ceases, and all the other stuff along with that, right?
Through the chair to Councillor Fadеев, that's correct. So all provinces in Canada have some level of federal policing. There's federal pieces of legislation that provincial police forces don't spend a great deal of time on, immigration, things of that nature. So, communications, Industry Canada, all of those federal pieces of legislation have enforcement clauses within them, and typically the RCMP would be the agency of enforcement for some of those federal pieces of legislation. So you wouldn't see an elimination of the RCMP. They'd likely still be based in Edmonton, but they'd probably only be in Edmonton, right? And then they would go out to the communities and do what they needed to do based out of Edmonton, I suspect.
Thanks.
Okay, I'll thank you for actually attending that with GM Matt Yance, and thanks for summarizing that, and appreciate that. So we'll need a motion from council to accept that as information. I think Councillor Slipchuk would like to do that. Just nod and smile. Just to make a motion to accept. Yeah, thank you. All in favor? Thank you. And we'll take a 5-minute break, starting now. Okay, thank you. We're just back from a short break, and we're going into public hearings. We have 5 roadways that we are looking at licensing, and we have bylaws to pass those licensing of closing those roadways, and they're undeveloped road allowances that people farm on either side or whatever may be the issue. So for a public hearing, we have, like I said, 5 of them. We have to open and close the public hearing for each of them individually. So I'll ask right now just for a motion on the first one, 1788, to go into public hearing. Councillor Crick makes that motion. All in favor? Okay, so I'm just going to read just some of the issues with public hearings here, and whoever comes to speak for or against a public hearing would register, and we've got that. We've got Warren Garnier was the only one that came to register for that, so that's fine. And I'll just read kind of the process for public hearing. We will begin with a presentation from administration, followed by questions of administration from council. Next, the applicant will provide a presentation, followed by questions of the applicant from council. We will then call upon members of the public who wish to speak in support of the application, followed by those who wish to speak in opposition. The applicant will then be provided an opportunity to rebut anything they have heard or read in the opposition of their application. And finally, we will entertain any final questions of administration from council before closing the public hearing. And so I think it's a little bit simpler in this case. I don't think we have anybody other than one resident. And I think I'm not sure if they're speaking in favor or against, but we'll get to that. So go ahead, thank you.
Perfect. So this public hearing for road allowance licensing bylaw 1788 is a renewal of an existing road allowance lease bylaw, number 1699, for a portion of roadway at the east end of Spruce Avenue, located in Evergreen Estates, as shown on the map attached as Appendix A. It is intended to be used for maintaining the license area to reduce fire hazard and deter unsolicited traffic and abandoning of vehicles.
Okay, is there anybody speaking for or against that closure? And seeing none, I'm going to ask the CAO for advice on this one, because we have no input from the public on this. Could we actually go to a second reading, or just wait until future council?
Through the chair to council, I believe it's planned to come back
The 23rd, I believe.
on the 23rd to the
Okay,
next council
perfect,
meeting.
perfect.
And we can't make a motion during a public hearing anyway, so we'd have to close the public hearing.
Yep.
But if council wanted to move forward with it, you certainly could at the closure of the public hearing.
No, that's fine. Yep, thank you. So hearing that, I think we can ask to close that public hearing. So I'll ask for a motion to close public hearing.
I'll make the motion, please.
Councillor Faddeev makes that motion. All in favor? And that's passed. So the next one is bylaw 1789.
So this is for bylaw 1789, which is a renewal of an existing road allowance lease bylaw number 1703 for a portion of government road allowance west of the northwest of 1361 of 5, west of the 4th Meridian.
And then just before we say a lot more, we need to open a public hearing for this one too, so.
Oh,
So
sorry.
we'll have a motion for a public hearing. Councillor Krivyak makes that motion, so we're all in favor? Okay, we're in public hearing. Sorry, go ahead.
Perfect, no problem. I'll start again. So bylaw number 1789 is a renewal of an existing road allowance lease bylaw number 1703 for a portion of government road allowance west of the northwest of 1361 of 5, west of the 4th Meridian, as shown on the map attached as Appendix A. It is intended to be used for grazing and wintering cattle and access to the northeast of 1461-5, which is owned by the applicant.
Okay, and as I know there's nobody speaking for or against that, we'll have a motion to close public hearing. Councillor Crick makes that motion. All in favor? Okay, that's passed. And the next one, bylaw 1790, so we'll have a motion to go into public hearing for bylaw 1790. Councillor Slipchuk makes that motion. All in favor? Okay, we're in public hearing.
Perfect. So bylaw number 1790 is the renewal of an existing road allowance lease bylaw number 1702 for a portion of government road allowance east of the northeast of 3463 of 7, west of the 4th Meridian, as shown on the map attached as Appendix A. It is intended to be used for pasturing cattle and reducing fire hazard by keeping the grass down.
Okay, again, there's nobody speaking for or against this one, so we'll ask for a motion to close public hearing. Councillor Crick makes that motion. All in favor? And that's passed. So bylaw 1791, I'll ask for a motion to go into public hearing for bylaw 1791. Councillor Krivyak makes that motion. All in favor? Okay, go ahead.
Perfect. Bylaw number 1791 is to license a portion of road plan 638 BM adjacent to the east boundary of the northwest of 12, 63 of 2, west of the 4th Meridian, as shown on the map attached as Appendix A, to connect the former African Lake Bike Trail to provide a designated route for off-highway vehicles to connect the north and south ends of the city of Cold Lake.
Okay, thanks for that. Now, I know there's nobody here to speak for or against that one, so we'll have a motion to close public hearing. Councillor Slipchuk makes that motion. All in favor? Thank you. And we'll need a motion to go into public hearing for 1792. Councillor Crick makes that motion. All in favor? Thank you. Go ahead.
So bylaw number 1792 is to license a portion of government road allowance adjacent to the west boundary of the northwest of 18 and the west half of 19 in Township 64, Range 5, west of the 4th Meridian, as shown on the map attached as Appendix A. It is intended to be used for grazing and the reduction of fire hazard.
Okay, is there anybody here to speak in favor of this bylaw? I think not. Okay, and so we do have Mr. Grenier here to speak against this, I think. And so, Mr. Grenier, you will have 5 minutes, and I think they do have a timer on your display there, if you'd like to talk about that bylaw and that road.
Yeah, I didn't even realize this was up today. I was here about another matter, but I'm against this because 5 years ago, we had this same thing come up. And a bunch of people of us got together, our neighbors, and come and said, no, we don't want this. We want this left for wildlife and for people to access the north to the Wolf Lake pasture where we can go with quads, skidoos, and all that stuff. And wildlife needs a place to live too here in our world. And when we start doing this, the person, you know, this is not needed for this person. If you need to take the public land to sustain your herd, and you already got a bunch of land, there's something wrong with the system. They're within. Why should we be taking the public's land away from them that they utilize? To go, whether it be going to take pictures of wildlife, I know many times I went up that road and seen a moose, mother moose and stuff, and their deer and all that stuff. You start turning a bunch of cattle in there, you know what's going to happen. There's going to be nothing left. So, that's all I got to say about it, because it's going to be a hindrance and we have addressed this before.
Okay, no,
And it was struck down.
I actually appreciate that you actually took the time to come out and
Yeah.
talk about that, so appreciate that. And let's see. So is there any questions from council? Ms.
I got a
Slipchuk?
question, because this, we're looking to, it's the same aspect we're using as other rights we gave other people that came forward, asked for public land. But the gates aren't locked. You're still allowed access, and these were corridors that are all right down to the river as well. And people were allowed. We passed a motion and allowed it. And we had no issues with it then. And this is for grazing cattle. Like, we've done this so many times. If we deny this one, we're going to have to go back and deny all the other ones too then.
Why do you need the 30 acres or 2 acres to raise your cattle on? Is 2 acres going to make a difference?
Councillor
this
Slipchuk,
person's
that's actually a question for administration, so not for Mr. Garnier. So that's
Apologize.
fair. So
Yeah, is 2 acres or whatever it's going to entail, this piece of land, going to make a difference? No, it isn't. Once you already got 5 or lease quarters and 1 home quarter, maybe, and you know what? The person don't even make a sole living off of agriculture. That's all I got to say about that.
okay,
Don't
well,
make it
appreciate
living.
that, Mr. Garnier. We do we do like the input from anybody, and we'll take that in consideration when we go forward with these bylaws. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for showing up.
Well, I got more.
Appreciate that. Okay, I think that's it, unless anybody else has any questions for admin. Okay, that's all we have for that. And we will ask for a motion to close public hearing. Councillor Crick makes that motion. All in favor? And we're out of public hearing. Okay, check our watch, 10:24. Where are we at here? Planning and Community Services. And we have a recreational trails program update.
Good morning, Mr. Deputy Reeve and Council. So this is the recreational trails program update, and I'll go through a little bit of background on kind of where everything is. This was tabled from the previous meeting, and so we'll go through this here. The recreational trails program with the 2021 projects included 3 locations which have been planned, surveyed, and were to be built to a semi-developed municipal standard. These are included as the Appendix A, B, and C for Moose Lake, Fort Kent, and Cherry Grove. Of the 3, the Moose Lake location is the only one to have received provincial approvals at this time and can proceed to the tendering process. The Fort Kent and Cherry Grove locations are still awaiting provincial approvals. So a little bit more information on the latter 2 locations. So Cherry Grove trail location, there are potential plans to rebuild Range Road 420A from Township 630 through to 624 in 2026, which is the final key segment connecting this trail to the city of Cold Lake. This section was not included in the 2021 plan and postponed until it could be completed in conjunction with the planned road rebuild. In addition, it is likely that the road rebuild timelines may be extended in conversation with our transportation department. This would possibly delay this section of trail further for several years. Despite this, the trail segment planned for in 2021 was still to be tendered and possibly completed. And finally, due to landowner issues and concerns raised on another section of this trail system, an alternate route needs to be explored and identified in order to connect Cherry Grove, which requires amendments to the trail plan, additional engineering, subsequent regulatory approvals. These we asked for estimated costs from our consultant, and these range from, depending on the routes chosen, could be an additional $100,000 to $165,000 to go those alternate routes. For the Fort Kent Trail location, this requires private lands to be purchased. There's also a bridge file along 50th Avenue where the trail is planned to go. This bridge was built in 1952 with a 50-year lifespan. It is now 20 years past that life time frame. However, with recent inspections, this bridge is still meeting regulatory requirements, though is set to be replaced by plus or minus 2026. This bridge replacement would require removing any newly built trail we had completed prior to its replacement and rebuilding it again, so you'd be doing redundant works then. So administration is proposing the following recommendations for council consideration. So one is to proceed with tendering and completing Moose Lake 2021 trail segment to a paved finish. And number 2 is to defer the Cherry Grove, Fort Kent identified 2021 trail segments until such time that these better align with infrastructure services planned road and bridge projects, reducing construction costs and redundant work efforts. Number 3, notwithstanding recommendation number 1, we would recommend postponing further trail development until the intermunicipal trails master plan is completed and council can review the document and its associated trail recommendations. So this is tied with the strategic plan goal 4 to enhance livability and community strategy within the recreation master plan. The costs and sourcing, there is $2 million within the 2022 capital budget This includes the 1 million carry forward from the 2021 budget. To date, there's around almost 91,000 that has been spent on the engineering, surveying, and design works for these trails. Based on updated cost estimates to complete the Moose Lake Trail project only and upgrade it to a paved finish standard instead of the semi-developed standard, this would utilize all remaining funds. A federal grant application is still waiting approval, and this totaled a possible $250,000. So again, the administration's recommended actions that had previously gone through to go forward with the Moose Lake to a paved standard and defer the Fort Kent and Cherry Grove trail projects until they align better with the infrastructure services, future plan developments there, and to postpone any further trail development until the intermunicipal trail master plan is completed and council has the time to review it. With the council options, that being option 1, option 2, council also has the option to defer all current and planned trails until the completion of the intermunicipal trails master plan, where at that point they could review and look at those. Council also can direct administration to proceed with tendering as advised with the previous update that was brought, I believe, in the August or fall of 2021 to put them all out to tender, see what comes back. This would delay things, knowing that Cherry Grove and Fort Kent are still waiting approvals on there, and or council can direct administration to bring back additional information to a future meeting of council.
Okay, thank you for that. Any comments, any concerns? Need a motion? Councillor Crick?
Yeah, I guess I have some concerns if we're spending, well, first, let's go for clarification here. So was it budgeted to have the full 2 million being spent on the trails up by Moose Lake this year, or is that taking money that was budgeted for Cherry Grove and Fort Kent and moving it out there?
Through the chair to Councillor Crick. So the additional million was added to the budget for 2022. So now there's a total of minus what's already been spent, about 1.9 million remaining for trail development.
And that was just trails in general, not
Yes.
any,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I do have some concerns though, just being that we're talking about, and later on in our agenda, there's a pool issue coming up as well. If we're spending 2 million out there on trails, at some point we have to talk about our MD finances more in depth. So I guess I'm not ready to be spending that much money on on trail system right now. But.
Thanks, Councillor Crick. Councillor Scarson?
Yeah, I'll just reiterate that we're not spending any money right now because we're passing a motion to put out to tender that we will then decide if we're spending money. So I'll go ahead and make the motion that, as your recommendation, that we go out to tender and see from there. It's just like the pool. We're not making a decision to spend any money except figure out what the plan would be. So to tender, I don't even know why we're making a motion to tender, but I'll make the motion.
Sorry, through the deputy reeve, just
Yeah.
to clarify. So the motion would read, it is to proceed with tendering and completing the Moose Lake, so it would.
Well, wouldn't you come back with your tenders and we would make a decision from there?
It's actually been approved through budget, so unless the CAO may correct
Through
me
the
if
chair
I'm
to council, similar to all of our other road projects, if council approves the tender and puts the money in the budget, if the only reason it would come back to council at this point is if the tenders come in at a higher price than currently is budgeted for, then we'd come back to council and ask council approval to either increase the budget or to lessen the project or to delete it completely. So if it came in at $1.8 million, it wouldn't come back to council. The motion is to tender it and to complete it.
Councillor, what is your name again for day of?
Yeah, I like trails. Trails keep, keep people healthy. It's a safe place for them to do that with their family. My only concern is that if we approve the Moose Lake Trail and, you know, seems to be a trend going on with this council that recreation is not a high priority. So I'm afraid if we do this with Moose Lake, is there going to be any money left over for Cherry Grove and Fort Kent? So, you know, I'm okay with going ahead with it, but my concern is there going to be, you know, money left over with, for everybody else down the road? And I don't feel very confident about that at all.
Mr. Brown, can I just, Reeve Kalinsky, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, my voice is kind of raspy, but I tend to agree with Councillor Crick and Councillor Fadeb. If we go ahead with this, this might be the last of the trails we do for quite some time. And that's not fair to the rest of the MD if we put all the money in the trails in one area. So I would rather look at getting together and making a plan for the future instead of putting this to tender, because I don't think there's any money left ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Reeve Kalinsky. Any other discussion? We have a motion on the floor, actually, that is to tender. I'll just ask, though, what do you expect the tender price to come in at, roughly? What was the?
I asked our consultant to give us an updated price because this has been now years since they gave us first initial estimates, and
it's just rough, like, because
it would be the full 2 million.
Okay.
They're anticipating, but once it's gone out for tender, we could get lower, we could get higher. In the case that is higher, as Mr. CAO said, it would have to come back to council at that point for direction.
And Mr. Chair?
Okay. Mr. CAO.
Tenders are going to be very interesting for all of our projects over the course of the next 6-8 months. I paid $1.92.9 for diesel yesterday. Particularly projects that require oil-based products. This is a hard surface trail which will require an oil product, and I can see costs going through the roof. On, like I said, I paid $1.92 for diesel yesterday. I've never seen that in my life. So I think all of our projects, road projects, trail projects that require oil products, are going to see significant cost increases.
Yeah, and for clarity too, the estimates I did receive were before the conflicts in Ukraine and the effects of oil and gas we're seeing. So those obviously will, as the CAO mentioned, will directly affect what we see when we put it out. Dana.
Okay, Councillor Scarson.
Yeah, I'll just add that trails is the one thing I know that we do right, and I've heard nothing but good about any of the trails that we've built. I've seen them used all over the place, and I can promise you that it'll be a priority of mine going forward. Regardless, I mean, we'll find money for whatever we need to do. It is what it is, and it's been a priority of mine since day one. And it's one thing I know that I look at that we do right. So to say this is the end of the trail program here would be a major disappointment in my books, for sure.
I'll just ask just a quick question. Grants, you said that we actually did apply for a $250,000 grant?
Yes.
To
yeah. And there was actually 2 grants that we applied for. One was $750,000, and the second was $250,000. We didn't make the $750,000, but we're still waiting for the $250,000. And any that do pop up and stuff, we're actively applying for new ones too. So.
And then can I just ask, the Cherry Grove and the Fort Kent, those were kind of the next ones on that list. Kind of the price range for those, because some of these don't have to be paved, do they? They can be good hard surface, but not necessarily paved. I'm not sure what you're kind of thinking the cost might be, because I have the same kind of feeling. We do have, you know, possibly two pools in the municipality that we might have to end up supporting, and we've got trails, and I mean, I'm a trail guy too, but at some point we have to kind of sort of look at, you know, how do we kind of do this a little bit cheaper maybe or whatever, but a few thoughts maybe on those trails?
Yeah, so I did ask for updated estimates on the other trail systems too. And depending what direction we wanted to go, if it was just semi-developed for Fort Kent, their estimates, and again, noting that these are before the spikes in oil and gas. So they gave us a price at $280,000 for semi-developed, and then $430,000 for paved for that section at Fort Kent. The Cherry Grove, it was 1.26 million for the semi-developed, and around 2.1 million for a paved. And that is just to that where it dead ends at I think it's 420A there, so that doesn't include the remaining tie-in.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Councillor,
Yeah, again, with the with the land the way it is, I'm not in favor of the paved stuff, and like in Cherry Grove. But just give you an idea, I mean, I kind of pretty well reiterate what the Councillor Carson says. Trails, we do a great job with it. I'm a big proponent of it. They're amazing. Just give you on 428, you have families that are trying to walk on there. It's over 600 vehicles per day travel that road, and these poor families are walking, and they're kind of being used as pylons as the people are driving around them. So it's for the safety of our residents. Right now, there's 120 lots that are empty and available to build on, and we see an upcycle in a lot of our economy and the way things are going, and those lots are going to be built on, because the city is struggling with lots, but the MD has it, so we're going to see an uptake of residents there, and I just want them to feel safe and have them there. But again, it's not my decision; it's council's decision, and the way I'm seeing it, with anything to do with trails, they're not favorable of it. So I'm just afraid of the future.
Councillor Crick.
Yeah, I like trails too, enjoy using them, but at some point, everything that we do has to be paid for. And like I said, we're talking about pools and trails and multiple different trails. I just think we need to come up with a financial strategy where we know which projects we're going to, before, rather than just picking this one here as the first one on our agenda, let's go ahead and pay for this one, and then, ran out of money, can't do the rest of them. Let's look at all the projects we want to do and come up with a strategy. And frankly, I hate tax increases. And if we start doing every idea that comes along, well, there's going to be tax increases. And I'm not in favor of tax increases at all. Also, I kind of wonder, I actually used to live out by Moose Lake where these trails are supposed to go, and the roads are all hard surface out there. So I spent plenty of time riding my bicycle and walking along the roads, and I never thought of the need of a trail on those ones. They're not highways, this traffic's not going highway speeds, so.
Councillor Carson.
Yeah, so, and I'll just add as well that if you look at where the Moose Lake trails are going, we receive petitions with hundreds and hundreds of signatures from everyone in that area that is in favor. I've sat in on meetings with industry and community business owners who are so in favor of trails because they use it as, right off the bat, they say you come in and you see trail along Highway 28 and, by the Vesu Beach shallows and stuff, and that is appealing to people wanting to move to the area, things like that. It brings up property values. There's no downside to the trails. And yeah, you're right. The one trail here, but that, if you've been on that road, it is very windy as well. And a lot of people make the comments, even on those petitions, that they don't know what's coming around that corner on those roads either, right? So they're getting busier and busier. You can look at the map, look at all the lots and all the houses there. I mean, there's a lot of traffic down that road every day, right? So. And we did have this discussion. We did budget it. Moose Lake it is ready to go. I know we wait another year, it'll be another $500,000 or $1 million, right? So we have a different discussion then, right? So.
And just for my clarification, and anybody that's watching this, we have a map in front of us, Councillor Carson, with the yellow areas on it. Can you just describe, or maybe Bowen can describe, how those yellow trails are tied to the other trails? Because I know there's trails there that we've built in past years.
Well, you can't really see it here, but there's, the one, it's tied in with that kind of like dark red line.
The one going east to west there, yeah. Okay. Okay, well, so we have a motion on the floor, and maybe we'll just read that motion again. Where's that motion? The council directs administration to proceed with the tendering process to complete. Oh, I'll finish reading this motion first there, Reeve Klinsky. The council directs administration to proceed with the tendering process to complete the 2021 Moose Lake Trail project to a paved municipal standard. And Reeve Klinsky?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that council knows, do we know how much it's going to cost us with maintaining it now? This extra, how many millions of dollars worth of trails we're putting in? How much does it cost us right now? And what will it cost us to maintain the upcoming trails if they're put in? Is that probably too much of a question to ask right now?
We'll check with Mr. Clausen here and see if he wants to answer that one.
I don't have those numbers in front of me and the estimated cost, but it would likely require an additional person once completed for the maintenance of them, clearing and the garbage collection, mowing, all those kind of things, snow removal of there at that point. Again, I don't have the operational costs in front of me, though. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay. So
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we have nothing kind of in order for how we're going to pay for everything, and we just keep building things. So I'm just concerned. Like Councillor Crick had some good points there, and we're just keep spending stuff, and we don't really know where it's going to come from. So just a comment.
Yeah, they're all valid comments, actually. And I think all of us are concerned. Like Councillor Carson said, this one was budgeted for it; it's there. But then Councillor Fadeev also is adding that, well, then maybe there's no money left over in the next 5 years, with the pool for other trails. So no, it's a bit of a tough go. But Councillor Carson, any last comment?
Well, I mean, there's $2 million that we approved in the budget for trails. I mean, so we've already made this decision. We're just going to the next step. So as far as maintenance, I mean, I don't know how you think you got to hire another person. I mean, in the summer, what do you guys do to that thing? Like, nothing, right?
There's mowing, garbage collection. We're also maintenance on the actual trails. There's potholes and stuff. And as we add more to this is an additional 8 kilometers of trails nearly. And that takes time. The snow plowing, like if we get another year like this year, that's almost daily out there clearing the trails for use. But we're struggling already trying to keep up just with that. So it will be a discussion we'll have to look at closer, but yeah, on what it takes. So.
Okay, we're going to ask for maybe one more question, and it looks like Councillor Crick won that one.
Yeah, I just want to point out that with, like our CEO said, $1.92.9 for diesel, and with the amount of snow we've been plowing this winter too, even though we have a budget for this year, I'm almost positive we're going to be over budget on our fuel and our snow clearing. So we really need to watch our spending, I guess.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, and I'll ask, everyone's had a chance to read that motion, and I'll ask all in favor of that motion. Opposed? So it was passed. There was 4 to 3. Okay, thank you. Bylaw 1750, road closure. Okay, go ahead.
So bylaw 1750, road closure, cancel and sale bylaw. Administration is requesting a decision for second and third reading for roadway closure, cancel and sale bylaw 1750, which would authorize the closure, cancel and sale of a portion of laneway within the hamlet of Fort Kent as described in the bylaw attached as Appendix A. Bylaw number 1750 for roadway closure, cancel and sale was presented to council and given first reading at the October 14th, 2020 regular meeting of council. A public hearing was held November 25th of 2020. The required Alberta Transportation approval was then requested, and the approval from the Minister of Transportation was confirmed on January 20th of 2022. The laneway in question had an estimated market value in 2020 of $4,800 as per the MD Property Assessment Department. And if bylaw number 1750 receives second and third reading, this amount would be payable by the applicant to the MD, and the applicant would also be responsible for any and all costs of an Alberta land survey, as well as Alberta land titles registration fees. So administration is recommending to proceed with second reading.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Yeo.
Thank you. Through the chair to members of the council. Council has been made aware, but so the public understands, this public hearing was held in November of 2020, a year prior to the municipal election. Section 184 of the Municipal Government Act is very clear that when a public hearing on a proposed bylaw or resolution is held, a councillor must abstain from voting on the bylaw or resolution if the councillor is absent from all of the public hearing. As Councillor Crick, Councillor Slipchuk, and Reeve Kalinsky were not elected officials at that time and were not involved in the public hearing, they are required under the Municipal Government Act to recuse themselves from this vote. We have confirmed that the returning councillors, Councillor Fdeyev, Councillor Swigert, Councillor Scarson, and Councillor Kreviak were in attendance at that public hearing, so that would still allow for quorum.
Okay, thank you. So we have a laneway closure in Fort Kent. We've got some options there. We need a motion. Anybody willing to make that motion, the first one? There's four of us here that could do that.
Go ahead.
Councillor Fdeyev?
Yeah, I'll make the motion, I guess be option number one, that bylaw is to cancel and to...
Close,
No, maybe
cancels?
not. Maybe I'm looking at the third one, sorry.
Yeah.
To close and cancel and the sale portion of this. So just,
Okay.
it's going nowhere. That's
So
what I
he's-
want to say.
Councillor Fdeyev's making the motion
Confusing.
to go ahead with second reading. And again, there's only four of us
Yeah.
can vote on that one, so we have that motion on the floor.
Mr. Chair, just to confirm, option 3 is it be tabled for more information?
Yeah, you want two.
Two.
Okay.
There you go, thank you.
Oh, you wanted two
They
there.
all kind of overlaid and look all the same, so, thank you.
Okay, so you're going motion 2, which is to refuse. Yep, that's exactly it. Okay. Okay, Mr. Krivek, any comments? Yeah.
Does the MD need that portion of land or no?
It appears to not being used as a laneway, but I don't know if it would need to be used in the future.
Right, thank you.
Any other further comments? So we're, the number 2 there, council option number 2, that bylaw number 1750 being a bylaw of the municipal district of Bonnyville to close, cancel, and sell a portion of the lane within Plan 152, 1454 in the hamlet of Fort Kent be refused. Motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion? Okay, it was passed, so it was refused.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Regional Economic Development Future Initiatives.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Over the last 2 years, the MD of Bonnyville has undertaken several economic development initiatives from a regional perspective in partnership with the town of Bonnyville. These initiatives were cost-shared through provincial grant funding at approximately 50% and municipal funding at 25% each. With the upcoming completion of this grant project and funding this June, Administration is requesting council's direction on any future regional economic development initiatives with the town and other urban neighbors, as well as the future of the current Regional Economic Development Committee, which the MD has with the town of Bonnyville. Attached for council's review and information in Appendix A is a summary of the recent regional economic development initiatives over the past 2 years undertaken by the MD. And Appendix B is a copy of the terms of reference for the Regional Economic Development Committee as approved by both the MD and the town councils. Administration's recommended action is that council directs administration to consult with the town of Bonnyville and the city of Cold Lake on the inclusion of the city of Cold Lake as a partner in the joint regional economic development committee. Further, which is not a part of this RFD, is just a reminder that council just recently approved the creation of a full-time permanent economic development position to pursue, continue the pursuit of our rural economic development initiatives.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just ask, has there been any kind of communication between administrations sort of around this type of question?
Through the chair, yes, there has been discussions on the administration level, both between myself and CAO Bill Rogers, as well as directly with our CAO as well.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Faddeev?
You also mentioned the city of Cold Lake, and have we been in discussion with them? I know they do have economic development arm or a board. Have we discussed with them at all?
Through the chair, at the administration level, we do have regular conversations with the city, the town, and the two chambers through a monthly meeting. And lately, it's been a bi-monthly meeting as a group to share our economic development initiatives that we're all undertaking individually. Cold Lake First Nations is also a part of those meetings, but nothing formal has been discussed between us and the city with this regard.
Just one more question. So how will this position look? Is it going to be a position like an overarching position, very similar to what we see in Sturgeon and in that belt where we grab all the economic development officers and work together, and this position carries the torch for the whole region as far as getting some bigger initiatives come to our area? Or how is this position placed then?
Through the chair, the way the job description and this position has been structured is to, number one, focus on our rural initiatives first. Second is to still continue, given the fact that we are kind of an all-encompassing for the region, this position will continue to work with our urbans that fall within our regions on potentially exploring regional initiatives from an economic development perspective. That, on the administration side, that is definitely what this position, we hope to achieve with this position. However, if you're wondering if the committee itself is a part of that, not necessarily, because the committee is definitely at council's level. The discussions there are more of a larger picture, policy direction. Which way does council, the councils potentially, feel this position should be directed?
Yeah, I'm totally in favor of this if all three municipalities are involved and it is an overarching or a bigger picture idea. If it's just for the two municipalities, I've seen some flaws in it in the past, but definitely as a whole, we need to really show the rest of the province where we're at, what we have to offer. I'm a big, I'm in favor of this, but we had some challenges last time.
Through the chair, just to add a little bit of clarification, currently in the current form, the committee did provide a lot of direct direction to our economic development position, as it was a joint position. However, if we move forward with this recommended action, it would be more with the understanding that each partner's economic development administrative staff would be working on this. It wouldn't be the committee directly directing our economic development person to do their bidding.
Thanks for the clarification.
Any other questions or comments or concerns? We'll need a motion here, and I mean, I like the first one, but I'd like to work with other communities and have a regional system. So we'll need that motion if anybody's willing to make that one. Councillor Slipchuk?
I make a motion for number one, that council directs administration to consult the town of Bonneville.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Slipchuk makes that motion number one. So the councillor directs administration to consult with the town of Bonnyville and the city of Cold Lake on the inclusion of the city of Cold Lake as a partner in the joint regional economic development committee. Any discussions on that motion? Councillor Flav?
So we're just applying for a grant to do this, correct? Or we're doing with the whole motion?
Through the chair. No, we are not applying for a grant. The current grant is ending the project, which will be completed with the completion of our destination management plan with Kinnessee Ridge. That is the end of the grant funding. There is no further grant funding available at this time.
Okay, thanks.
So motion on the floor, all in favor of that motion? And Reeve
Mr.
Kalinsky?
Chair, just for clarity, Reeve Kalinsky is having some technical difficulties. He left the meeting not quite 10 minutes ago. We're just trying to get him back on,
Oh,
but
okay.
he's not part of this vote.
That's okay. We have full vote in favor here, so thank you.
Thank you.
So next up, corporate services and public auction. You tell us all about public auction.
Good morning, Council.
Thank you.
Our Manager of Assessment Services, Mr. Calvin Pespalco, will be presenting this morning. However, we've had to remove some properties off the list, so Council should have a printed document in white that they've been provided with. That's what Calvin will be speaking to this morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council.
Morning. It looks like you maybe added, or did you add or subtract from that list?
Through the Reeve, we've removed properties that were originally on the original RFD. And those would be removed because, in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, they're no longer subject to the public auction, which means they would either have paid their arrears in full or entered into a payment plan, or there may have been some other legislation that removes the property from the public auction.
Thank you.
So in removing the items, what I did was delete the lines. So what you see on the revised one, if you look at the original RFD, it's the same lines with the same information. Okay, this is a public auction, for the public auction establishing the reserve bid, and this is the revised March 9th, 2022 RFD. Council is required to set reserve bids and conditions for each parcel of land to be offered for sale at a public auction. The conditions were established at the regular meeting of Council on December 8th, 2021. Council is now required to set the reserve bid prior to the public auction scheduled to be held on Tuesday, March 29th, 2022. Section 419 of the Municipal Government Act states that Council must set for each parcel of land to be offered for sale at a public auction, a reserve bid that is as closely as reasonably possible to the market value of the parcel and B, any conditions that apply to the sale. The reserve bid has been established by the municipal assessors after review of the current real estate market sales. The conclusion of this review is that the estimated market value of the below-listed properties are for legal 3217MC1, link number 0013592036, roll number 6008092003, $15,000. For legal description 1025276-2-35, link number 00344854145, roll number 610530-2063, reserve bid $485,000. For legal description 0829172-1-1, link number 0033581431, roll number 630316-1003, reserve bid $102,000. Legal description 0829172-1-20, 0033581720, that's the link number, roll number 630316-1022, reserve bid $160,000. Legal description 0829172-1-21, link number 0033581655, roll number 630316-1023, reserve bid $102,000. Reference to provincial legislation, Municipal Government Act, Section 419. Administration recommends that Council approves the reserve bids for the Tuesday, March 29th, 2022 public auction of lands on tax arrears list as followed, as I've just read. Council's options are that 1, that Council approves the reserve bids for the Tuesday, March 29th, 2022 public auction of lands on the tax arrears list as follows, as read. Option 2, that Council denies the reserve bids for the Tuesday, March 29th, 2022 public auction of lands on the tax arrears list as presented. Or 3, that Council directs administration to bring back additional information regarding the reserve bids for the Tuesday, March 29th, 2022 public auction of lands on the tax arrears list to a future meeting of Council as directed.
Thank you for that. Councillor Fadev?
Hi, thanks for those. Just so everybody's aware of, so the estimated market value is, let's use the 102,000. So say they have $10,000 in arrears. Does that mean that the MD gets to keep the $90,000 that is extra from what is owing?
Through the chair, there's a very good question because we do get that asked quite a bit of what happens to the additional dollars in the sale. In the Municipal Government Act, the provincial legislature has established a set of legislation to protect the investments of every property owner. So in the legislation, a municipality, when they sell the property through a public auction, higher or at the reserve bid, the municipality is only entitled to the arrears that are on the property. There is a part of the legislation that also identifies there is some administration costs that we can collect. The remainder of the money is then put aside for whether it's the property owner or other people who have interest in the property to make claim to that remaining monies. So the municipality is only entitled to really what the arrears are on the property and any small administration fee that the Municipal Government Act allows us to place.
Thank you. Councillor Fadev?
Yeah, no, sounds good. You have a question?
Yeah.
Or-
What happens if the property is not sold, if nobody bids on it?
Okay. Through the chair to Councillor Crick, that's also a very good question and usually the second question we do get. So what ends up happening is once the property is offered for public auction the first time, if it doesn't sell, then it just remains as it currently is, where the property owner still owns the property. They're still subject to any future penalties and current levies. At any point in time, if the property owner or anybody pays up those arrears, the municipality has to remove our interest on the property. And our interest is registered as a notification, tax notification on a person's property title. After the first public auction, if the municipality chooses to acquire it, there is a process in the Municipal Government Act where we can acquire it, pay basically the reserve bid, put that money off to the side, and all the other interested parties can make claims to the remaining portion after the taxes and the fee. There is another option that the municipality can do, and it's called taking tax forfeiture title. And what that is it's not a full title where we take it over completely, but through the Land Titles Act, this type of ownership allows the municipality some control to do some things to the property. So, for example, let's say there's some work that needs to be done on the property, or maybe there's a subdivision that by subdividing it, there's an ability to receive the money quicker through another public auction. So there's a couple of different options that we do have the opportunity or the option to take. But right now, administration's goal is to work really hard to figure out and help find ways of getting everybody removed out of the public auction.
Okay, we have three options here. Does somebody want to make a motion? Councilor Fadea?
Yeah, I just want to thank staff for doing their due diligence with this. I know it's a tough, pretty tough position. We do everything we can so we don't see these numbers on the list. That in mind, I'd like to, option one, that we approve the reserve bids.
Okay, we have that motion on the floor. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor of that motion? Thank you. Passed.
Thank you very much. And through the chair to Councillor Fadeev, I will bring that back to the team. They've done a really good job. Thanks.
Okay, next up, property transfer for Bonnyville Regional Fire Authority.
Property transfer to the Bonnyville Regional Fire Authority. At the February 9, 2022 council meeting, council directed administration to bring additional information regarding the transfer of property located at Plan 06622-913, Block 1, Lots 1 and 2, referred to as the Copala Building, to BRFA. This transfer was also discussed at the regular meeting of council on February 23, 2022. At the February 23rd meeting, council directed administration to prepare a draft vendor take-back mortgage agreement with BRFA to be repaid over a term of 20 years with 0% interest for council's consideration. The land and building being transferred was purchased at $3.2 million, and the estimated repayment is $160,320.46 per annum. Appendix A provides a draft agreement as prepared by our legal counsel and is available in closed session as per FOIP Section 27. A copy of that draft agreement has also been sent to BRFA to review with their own legal counsel as well.
Can I just ask for clarification? Appendix A, I don't have it in here. Is it actually in a different package? Am I missing Appendix A?
Yes, it is in closed session because that's actually
right.
the agreement as drafted by legal.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Fadea?
So in regards to this, is there, so in the closed session, is there going to be a payment structure there at all, or how is that going to work?
Through the chair to Councillor Fadea, we've prepared all of that. For there's a payment structure. It's over 20 years. It's an annual payment in the amount of
Okay, thank you.
It's $160,000.
And through the chair, council would like to briefly go in camera to look at the, in closed session, to look at the actual draft agreement as well. That would be perfectly acceptable as well. It won't take very long. Council would
Yeah, I'll suggest maybe let's ask for a motion to go into closed session. Councilor Kuriak makes that motion. All in favor? So it shouldn't take us more than 5 or 10 minutes, maybe? Okay, welcome back. And we're still discussing property transfer for Bonneville Regional Fire Authority.
Yeah, Mr., are you discussing anything?
No, I'm just going to
Mr.
read
Reed,
out the-
Mr. Chair? Oh,
Yeah,
I wanted to make the motion for option 1.
okay. So let's just reiterate what we were looking at here. We have an option on the floor. I'll just read that out loud here. The council directs administration to enter into a purchase and sale agreement and vendor take-back mortgage with Bonneville Regional Fire Authority for the property located at Plan 0622913, Block 1, Lots 1 and 2. And Councillor Krivyak just made that motion. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor of that motion? Thank you. Passed.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Infrastructure Services Dust Control Program Policy. Lunch is served at 11:45, so no pressure at all.
All right. Good morning, Council. I'm here before you today for an RFD for policy number 4A.018 Dust Control Program Policy Amendment. Administration is proposing an amendment to policy number 4A.018 Dust Control Program Policy to allow the Chief Administrative Officer to approve requests for dust control within the MD of Bonnyville that have not been previously approved by Council. With the current dust control program, requests for dust controls are collected early in the year and presented to Council for approval before the summer season. If a request is received later in the year, it requires Council approval, even if there are remaining funds available in the dust control budget. This process delays administration's ability to respond to the request. CAO approval is requested for dust control, or CAO approval of requests for dust control would be for requests received later in the season and pending budget availability. The Committee of the Whole reviewed the amendment to the policy on February 16, 2022, and are recommending that Council adopt the policy as amended, or the amended policy as presented. Attached is the dust control policy. The costs and source of funding, no impact to the budget, as a CAO would only authorize additional dust control within the approved budget for that year. And administration is recommending the Council adopts policy number 4A.018 Dust Control Program Policy as amended.
Okay, thank you. And we've all seen the dust control policy and the amendments, so need a motion to 1, 2, or 3.
Just one more obvious question that I like answered. So this is different than on top of, say, like an industry road where they open up a new well and that dust control is done differently than this request, right?
Through the chair to all of Council, yes, that is outside of this. This is for residential dust controls. However, if we do receive a request from industry for a dust control, we would be in talks with them about cost sharing or them, taking the whole cost for the dust control.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair? If you have, thank you, Mr. Chair. If you have more requests than there is money, is it on the first request service, or how does that work?
Through the chair to Councilor Krivyak, yes. What we do is whatever hasn't been dealt with in the previous year gets on the list for the next year. So we put it in the priority list of, we didn't get to them that year, we'll get to them the next year.
No, that's not my question. Let's say you have enough money in the budget for 3 dust controls, and you have requests for 5. Does it come on a first come, first served basis?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Through the chair, for clarification, we don't, and I guess what we could do is start taking the time and dates that these requests come in, then it would be on a first come, first serve. It'll also depend on If maybe one dust control is longer than the other, maybe we can get 3 dust controls versus 1 dust control. There might be some factors that weigh into the decision-making, but if they're all things being equal, I would suggest that they are, whatever comes in first, those ones get the dust controls. Okay.
Okay. So we need a motion for one of those options. Anybody willing to make the motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to accept as amended.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Scarson. So motion to accept the amended dust control policy. Any further questions, comments? All in favor of that motion? Thank you. Passed. Thank you.
May I ask a question, though?
Councillor Scarson?
I know you might not be prepared, and that's fine if you're not. It's a topic that we've batted around a little bit, we've come up forgetting to ask, and that's lights and subdivisions. Can you speak to that right now, or do you need some time to prepare for that?
Through the chair to Councillor Scarson's question here, we do have some information, but I don't know if we're going to be, I'm not prepared to speak on it at this time, but I do have some information for that.
Okay. That's fine.
Right here.
Thank you. Okay, municipal, I think we're done then, aren't we? We got the municipal energy management program, and I don't think you're presenting that.
No, that's right. I'll just introduce the presenter. And
thank you.
Are we ready to go on that one?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This RFD is the Municipal Energy Management Program final report. So since May of 2020, the MD has implemented a municipal energy management program to reduce energy consumption through funding from the Municipal Climate Change Action Center, MCCAC. So the Municipal Energy Officer, Joad Clement, will present the outcomes of the program. And this is the final report. Mr. Clement is his last day with the MD is tomorrow, so he will be moving on to the City of Airdrie, so he is here to present his final report.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just also wanted to let you know that Reeve Kalinsky has rejoined the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Good morning, Council.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Fadeo?
I just want to let you know the skiing is not as good in Airdrie as it is in our area. Just to let you know.
Well noted. Thank you. Good morning, Council. So today, our presentation is about reviewing the outcomes of the energy management program within the MD of Bonnyville. Next slide. Our agenda is about presenting the program, the work we completed over the last 22 months, and the outcomes of the program. Thank you, Stephanie. The outcome and the project that we could be looking at in the future, and also some background information that we have about I'll leave you
Was
to
that subtle?
read the slide.
Was that a subtle energy savings thing or what? That was good though. I like it.
So it is a joke, but it isn't. So the slide referred to think about is the lights should be on when they are, and if they are, yeah, that's fine. We need that energy. If we don't need that energy, the lights should be off, including at the end of the tunnel. So our program was about building an energy conservation culture at the base of the pyramid, and the results on the top is to lessen our energy costs and energy use, and a bunch of other benefits along the way. The program was launched at the provincial level in May 2019. I started myself in this role in May 2020. Almost 22 months later now, we have submitted 6 quarterly reports about the program to the MCCAC, and the last report was presented last week. in partnership with our executive sponsors within the MD, Brian and Esther, who basically steered or guided me in my different steps through the program. The work completed related around preparing an energy management assessment, energy policy, employee engagement, benchmarking and monitoring of our energy use and facilities, and also obviously implementing energy efficiency opportunities. That's the result, the spider chart that you see there is results of the 2 energy assessments we completed. One initially at the start of the program, year 1, and then we completed a review 1 year later, and we set objectives for the following year. So we started with the blue line. Last year we were at the green line, our objective to be at. This year was the dotted black line. Though we haven't assessed that results at the end of the program, that was not a requirement. Our energy management policy adopted by Council last June of 2021 give us basically 4 guiding principles at the bottom there. Looking at our electricity costs when we make purchasing decisions. Also looking at life cycle costs when we purchase infrastructure or equipment. So not just look at the upfront cost, but the operating cost over time. And our 2 next item, number 3 and 4, also tie into asset management for the future. We had an energy team in place with employees from various departments. Each had a specific role advising me on different measures that we put in place, projects that we were looking at. It started from the executive commitment, the energy management team that I was leading, and also obviously looking at implementation through good advice from many different employees. I want to thank all of them. Some of them are the list, some came in, some came out. That was just staff changing their roles through the last 2 years. Employee engagement focused on a lot of things we want to share information about. We had 2 very successful energy contests in the fall of the last 2 years. Presentation at the health and safety meetings in the past. Also, we had some lunch and learn on a monthly basis from January of 2021 to last month. Also, our energy management team was meeting on a regular basis. The benchmarking result give us information about how our buildings were performing compared to other buildings in Alberta. We had a report on file about that gave us a good starting point to see where are the best improvements possible. Outcomes and future projects. So in the list here, apologize, it's pretty small. I'm sure if you want more details or want to look closer into those numbers, that can be addressed. But overall, summary is on the right-hand side. We implemented 31 low-cost, no-cost energy conservation measures, ECM. We invested in a project that required some capital that is by definition that more than $1,000 for us. And we implemented 11 of those over the last 2 years to save energy. And that's our result for the program. The number from the total savings from planned projects, there's 9 projects of those are slated for implementation or development at the C2. So they are considered part of the program because those are GHG emissions that are influenced by the program that we build a plan to act upon, provided that we get federal funding to implement those projects. But overall, we are looking at 11% reduction in emissions. It doesn't say that those emissions will be maintained. It says that that's the projects we have completed so far will get us there. And the next step would be also make sure that we maintain those reductions over time. We have an energy management plan that was looking at the different projects, rating them and documenting them, obviously. And that's the summary of the next steps for the future. We have, as I mentioned, 9 capital energy efficiency projects planned at the C2, provided that we receive the grant funding. We have lighting projects in the pipeline for the admin building here. We have public works lighting upgrades. We have PV systems, produce solar electricity. Kinusu, we have been looking at different projects there as well, including backup power. Purchasing demand contract from ATCO, that's a potential good investment. It's a net present positive, means we're getting more money out of it, out of the investment. And finally, a street light LED conversion. We have also a number of appendices that you can refer to that provided more information, but I'll be happy to take your questions at this point.
Councilor Filiav.
Yeah, could you explain a little more on the buy down ATCO electric demand contract? That's quite intriguing, because I know before we were getting hit fairly hard with Kinuso in the rates from low to high. We were paying on the high side, and they use that for average throughout the whole year. How does this work?
Through the chair, to answer your question, we don't actually have demand contract in place at Kinusu, though, because we do have infrastructure plan at Kinusu, electrical infrastructure that ATCO is saying, it's going to cost $200,000. They offer us to pay, would you like to pay upfront $200,000 or pay through your monthly utility bills over the next 25 years? So that would become a demand contract where they charge us on a monthly basis a certain amount of kilowatts. That is basically just pushing back those costs over 25 years. It's a sort of a way to finance that project from ATCO. The difference, however, is that ATCO, on top of charging the financing fee as a company, they obviously have the right, they have a legislated rate of profit of about 9% that will charge us through those demand contracts. So it's just a way to borrow money from ATCO at a higher rate that we would get if we would get to pay upfront from our financing rate internally. That's the short explanation.
Yeah, so just so back to Kinuso, since the chairlifts are such a high demand for energy, what recommendation I looked at it, didn't quite see, and what recommendations have you given to Kinuso to try to mitigate some of those high costs?
Through the chair, to answer your question, it is actually a complex situation. So we just had a meeting with ATCO about 3 months ago. They gave us their report. I will refer to the director of PARC to go into those details depending on his perception, and I give my recommendations to Bowen about options forward. However, based on the rates that we're paying there, those rates are regulated at the provincial level, so we actually ask and look into what are the options, and what we're paying now is just what we should be paying based on what is regulated in Alberta at the provincial level. So there isn't much we can do unless we change the technology or how we use energy, how we change the time. That could mean making less snow, but over a long period. Those are all considerations that are definitely looked at by Bowen and his team.
So one more question in regards to back to the Ridge. I know years back we looked at possibly doing a solar panel. Is that still there? And since you're so in tune with that part of it, as far as grant funding goes, is there some great opportunities for us to try to get onto that?
Through the chair, I wouldn't want to overstep here, but the discussion I had with the team, because there are so many projects on the go at Kinusu, including what we were doing with the Adventure Park. We looked into preparing a grant funding application just like we did for the C2. However, with the green chair replacement, all those projects, COVID, we couldn't actually decide on making a recommendation to council, say we want to implement those top energy efficiency projects that would have included a solar PV array. The other consideration or challenge was that if we are to change the layout of the facility there, have new trails, new options, move some electrical infrastructure, we just couldn't have a solar PV array in the way. So we had to finalize that infrastructure plan, and then after that say what room is available for the PV project. So basically we couldn't do all that over the last months. Or the last
Great
year.
answers, thank you very much. If this wind continued, we would easily put a mill up there, but we're good. So thanks very much. Appreciate all your work.
I did have one quick question, greenhouse gas reduction. You mentioned that, but does the MD actually get any credits for sort of reducing greenhouse gas?
To answer your question, Mr. Chair, yes and no. We do get acknowledgement that we achieved those savings that would be most likely put out by the MCCAC in their final review of the program. However, because my role was funded by the province, basically the provincial government funds the MCCAC, other partners, and funded part of my role, those emission reductions are actually claimed by the government of Alberta. So as if we get any funding for any projects, typically the funder will claim those emission reductions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? Thanks. It's been nice having you for, what, almost 2 years?
Almost 2 years.
Yeah, and then I'm sure Airdrie's going to love to have you, so I'm sure they look forward to it. So we need a motion to accept that for information. Appreciate that.
I'll make that motion.
Councillor Faddeev makes that motion. All in favor?
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks. It's been nice working with you.
There's a big snowstorm in Airdrie right now.
Mr. CAO, is that maybe a good time to stop for lunch? So it's here. Councillor or Reeve Kalinsky, you want to stop for lunch? Says good. Yeah,
Reeve
good to
Kalinsky, enjoy your virtual lunch, Reeve Kalinsky.
Big bowl of chicken soup.
That thumb looked pretty big.
I'll have a bite of yours too.
Okay, welcome back. We have an emergent item that will be added to our agenda if council votes in favor of that. And essentially what it is, the C2 had a board meeting. They need to do some work on the agriplex, and they've got all their tenders in place, and they've got most of their funding in place. They're short a little bit of money, and so Councillor Scarson brought it forward as an emergent item. So it sounds pretty emergent, so we need a motion to bring that forward and add it to the agenda.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to add it as an emergent item.
Okay. And any questions about that being emergent? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, so we'll just add it right now and we'll get it over with quickly, Councillor Scarson. So maybe just go ahead and.
Yeah, so I'll just give a brief description on what the renovations are. So the C2, the agriplex, as everyone knows, that the hall next door is, they are hoping to renovate it to bring it back into a hall slash field house that could be used for anything from weddings to drop-in sports to an overflow from the other field house to concerts to whatever. So it needs a complete facelift. The floor and the ceiling will be done, and the walls will all be redone. So basically, they put it out to tender. They got the bids back. They have about 3/4 of it funded, and what they're asking from the C2 or from the MD is to co-sign a debenture loan for the remaining $300,000. Then this will allow them to do phase 1 and phase 2 together instead of breaking it up into 2 phases, which would be the other option. And so the phase 1 was the roof and the ceiling and the walls, or the ceiling and the floor. They're guessing about 5 months to do all that, and then phase 2 would have been the walls, and they were saying about 2 to 3 months to do that if they were going to do it as a separate item, and that'd be down the road, maybe next year or beyond, who knows? But all in, it's just over $1 million to do all the renovations, and like I said, they are asking for the MD to co-sign a debenture for the balance. So.
Okay, I'll just add a little bit to that. Over the years, the C2 has actually given the MD and the town back any monies that they haven't spent, and the MD's actually been putting C2's portion away, and we have a certain amount in our budget for that. Apparently, the town maybe hasn't been doing that, but anyway, we're in good position, and if they just need to co-sign a loan, I think you make that motion. And
I could definitely make the motion. I mean, I'm not going to speak for the town. I have no idea what their C2 capital budget fund looks like, but this is the route that the C2 board has decided to go. And if the MD or admin want to talk to the C2 about our capital fund and how that might work, that they're welcome to. But as it sits now, the C2 would like to take out a debenture for the balance and pay it back. So, but they need a co-signer, obviously, right? So, I'll go ahead and make the motion to co-sign a loan. I don't know if I need to put the balance or the amount in here, but the request will be for $300,000 on behalf of the C2. So,
Mr. Reid, members of council, I would suggest the motion would be to direct administration to sign a debenture, to co-sign a debenture to a maximum amount of $300,000 for the C2. I think that essentially encapsulates what. To co-sign a debenture for the C2 in the amount to not exceed $300,000.
well, the balance was actually 287, I think, or something, and they just said, you know, who knows? There'll be, and I think there's even some overruns included in the price. So I think they just rounded it up to 300 and say, hope that's enough, kind of thing. So.
okay, so motion's on the floor. We'll
Just
probably
if we
see it
could
in a minute
give
here.
Stephanie just a second to get it on.
Yeah, you bet. Yep. Yep. Yeah, it'll be a nice add-on. It'll have a nice floor for anything from dances to concerts to, you know, it'll all of a sudden become the largest hall in the area for weddings and whatnot, right? So, it'd be nice. It'll be nice. It's in dire need of something there for sure. So,
Councillor Crick?
So how does the funding work then? The MD will be responsible to pay back half of that, or is in the town the other half the loan, or what?
essentially, it'll come out of the C2's bottom line, but, I mean, they get the revenue from the MD, the town, and from general revenues that they collect as well, so. It'll be, the payment will be just coming out of their operating reserves, or operating funds, so.
And like I said, Councilor Kirk, we actually do have a budget item for funds that they've given us back that we've been holding in case they actually needed something. So.
That's not what that is.
Oh, no, it should have gone two ways.
100%, I mean, it's never debated that it's not split costs, for sure, yeah.
Through the chair to the rest of council, Clu was just indicating to me there's currently $341,000 in our C2 reserve. It would be also possible for the MD to loan that money directly to the C2 as opposed to going to another party. At probably, right now, debenture for that amount, for any length of time, will probably run the C2 about 3.5 to maybe 3.8%. So there would be a possibility that the MD could also, because we do have that money sitting in the C2 reserve.
I mean, I leave that in a professional sense,
Sure.
I have no idea.
Councilor Fidel?
Yeah, I think that would be the best way to just borrow against our money. I think with the loans right now, if it's unsecured and you're asking for money, it's not 3, it's about 9 out there. So depending on what organization you're at, it all depends where you come and where you borrow, those rates do change. But either way, if we can borrow against ours, that just helps them out, so
Helps us out.
helps us too, yeah.
And to council, the 3.55 is through Alberta Capital Finance, who we would finance and the C2 would likely finance through. But I think it makes some sense that even if we were to finance them at a 2% interest rate, it would still save
ahead.
1.5% for a C2. I think there's a win-win for everybody there. We have that money sitting in the C2 reserve. Maybe a motion that indicated or some other avenue to maybe the motion should just be that the administration, council directs administration to arrange financing options for the 300,000 for the C2.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier, so.
That's exactly your wording. That's good. I like that.
So
That's correct.
if council is directing, is that going to have to come back to council for approval or of whatever the council drafts or the administration drafts up? Because it sounds like they need this right in place right away, like by the 14th or something, right?
With the motion of council, there may be paperwork and follow-up motions. For example, if we lend them the money, the MGA does require that there is a bylaw passed by council. But right now, if it's the direction of council to do that, we can follow up later with bylaws, et cetera, that will formalize the process. Typically, had we known about this a month ago, we'd have come with a plan and we'd have come with paperwork already in hand. But given that we're trying to solve something for the March 14th, I think the direction of council through a resolution, and then we'll come back to council whatever we need to finalize the process. What we're trying to do, I don't think they need the money on the 14th. I think they need to confirm with the contractor that we're good to go.
Yeah,
I think that's
right.
We can follow up with the paperwork, over the course of the next few weeks.
Yeah, and I'll tell you that they didn't get the CFIP grant, is that what it was? And then, but they are reapplying in June for another crack at it. So, I mean, it might not be needed at all, so.
Okay,
It's just
so
again, right,
Councillor
so-
Scarson, you want to reread that motion? It looks okay, I think.
Yep.
That council that directs administration to arrange financing options with the Bonnyville and District C2 Center for the Agriplex renovation project to a maximum amount of 300,000. Motion on the floor. Any more discussion? All in favor? Okay, thank you. Passed.
Thank you.
So now we move on to the CAO. Donations and Recognition Policy Amendment.
Hello. So administration is proposing amendments to policy number 2A003, donations and recognitions policy. This amendment would be to incorporate the authority for the Chief Administrative Officer to approve smaller requests for event sponsorships and promotional items, as well as establish an annual value allowance for members of council to distribute promotional items. Giving the CAO authority to approve these smaller requests will allow administration to process them in a more timely manner and reduce the amount of requests coming to council throughout the year. All requests approved through this policy by the CAO would still be reported to council for information throughout the year. The proposed amendments to this policy also include establishing an annual value allowance of promotional items for each member of council, which they will be able to distribute at their discretion pending budget availability. The Committee of the Whole has reviewed this amendment to this policy on February 16th and are recommending that council adopt the policy as presented. Just one note that since the committee did review it, we did make one additional change or revision. It is shown as section 1A. We kept it green, but I crossed it out to show that we're proposing to remove it. This additional change was made to make the policy more inclusive to any requests that may be received by the municipality for donations and sponsorships. So the amending draft is attached as Appendix A, and administration is recommending that council adopts policy number 2A003, donation, sponsorship, and recognition policy formerly known as Donations and Recognitions Policy, as amended.
Thank you. Anybody want to make a motion there, Council Fidel?
I think I must have not been here for this one, but in regards to the donation, and so policy number 1, under the REEF, says the REEF will be allocated up to $1,500. Is that kind of the number we've been using? Because that seems awfully soft as far as the number goes.
We've never had a number before.
Okay.
So currently, technically, council does not have authority through a policy to distribute any promotional items without the approval of council as a whole.
Okay.
Councilor Fidel, you could maybe reword the question and ask maybe historically, what have we given?
Yeah, that's kind of what I've, in a general rule.
If you
right?
want to amend that dollar amount, I mean, it's at council's discretion, for sure.
I guess we can just use this as a baseline, and if it does not meet the needs, I guess we can always come back and change it, right?
Yeah, for absolutely.
Okay, sounds good, thanks. Yeah, it just seems like, he's our head cheerleader, and just one of those things where $1,500 in promotional items doesn't sound soft to me.
And I realize you're probably not necessarily thinking in this aspect, but we do say in here that anything used for parades doesn't count towards a councilor's allocation for the year either.
Yeah, there was a little thing going on with, I think last year there was a fire that happened outside our area, and the family had requested a pass for the weekend just to get their minds off at the ski hill. So I don't know what, you do a couple of those, and it can really add up quite fast, and I'm just kind of wondering, that's all. Just talking out loud. Thank you.
Yeah, I just noticed in there that the CAO has the ability to give up to $1,000 worth of stuff per request. Is there a limit as to how many requests, or is there a budget limit there, or what's?
A lot of requests that we seem to be getting lately for items or even donations or sponsorships, promotional items, they do tend to be last minute. They're coming to us requesting promotional items for event the coming weekend, which unfortunately we can't accommodate because we're not going to council before their event is even occurring. This would just allow us that ability to support more of those requests as they come in, where there isn't enough time for us to bring those to council for approval.
And there is a budget. And there is a budget line item for this on an annual basis, yes. Okay.
And I think also in there it says that, CAO will present donation stuff monthly or whatever it is, or yearly or something.
Yeah, we would definitely provide that information to council throughout the year.
Yeah, and then Councillor Crick can look at that, and if the CAO is giving away too much, we can catch him there, right?
Yeah.
I think it's all good. I think it's all good.
And through the chair to council, to Councillor Fideev's question, if the REEV has found that the 1,500 wasn't good for whatever, we have other, for example, the pass issue, they could be approved by myself.
So did we have a motion? Did somebody make that motion? Yes.
I will, but I'll just add that, I can speak on behalf of a lot of the people that come to you for, maybe not see you, but for donations and whatnot. A lot of times they just hear about it last minute and they're like, oh, did you ask the MD? It's like, oh, I'll go ask him right now, right? So
For sure. And
that happens a lot.
absolutely, for sure. And this policy will allow us to approve those requests.
Yeah, 100%. So I'll go ahead and make the motion as amended.
Okay. So that was number one. Council adopts policy 2A003, donation, sponsorship, and recognition policy, formerly known as the donations and recognition policy as amended. All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reeve Polinsky. So next one is policy 2C016, workplace violence, sexual harassment policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll turn it over to Sherry McGinnis, our Occupational Health and Safety Manager.
Good afternoon, Council.
Hello.
So policy number 2C016, workplace violence and sexual harassment policy, came up for scheduled review in 2021. Upon reviewing the policy, it was found that revisions were required to bring the policy into compliance with amendments made to the occupational health and safety legislation, and as such, administration is proposing amendments to this policy. Updates to OH&S created certain requirements including addressing sexual harassment and domestic violence, adding confidentiality requirements and review requirements following an incident. Administration has therefore drafted a new policy instead of outlining the several changes within the current document. On February 16th, the Committee of the Whole reviewed this amendment to the policy and are recommending that Council adopt the amended policy. Attached for your review is the amending draft as well as the current policy. It is administration's recommendation that Council adopts policy 2C016, Workplace Violence and Harassment Prevention Policy, which was formerly known as Workplace Violence and Sexual Harassment Policy as amended.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody got any concerns or questions about that policy? Councillor Faddeev?
Yeah, just for clarification, Appendix A and Appendix B seem to be, the date stamp seems to be the same. So on the amendment part, and I'm just seeing that just a clerical error. On the bottom, it says August 24th, 2016. Is that the one we're adopting and changing?
We actually had that discussion, and I brought the same point up. It's a little bit confusing, right?
Through the chair to Councillor Fadeo, that is our standard practice with amending policies. We don't put an amending date on the policy at that footer because we don't have an amending date until Council has adopted the amending policy.
Sounds good, thanks.
Yes, that will be updated once the amendment is formally adopted, though.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we need a motion to approve. Councillor Slipchuk, thank you. So that's option number one, I assume, to approve? Yeah. All in favor? Passed, thank you. Thank you, Reeve Kolinsky. Okay, Council Occupation, Health and Safety Orientation. Is that you too?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I have an RFD requesting that you do an orientation according to occupational health and safety legislation as council members, since you do fall under our WCB code. And so the recommendation is that you accept my upcoming briefing as information.
Just a question, so you're going to pick a date in the future to kind of go over all of that?
No, I'd like to do it today.
Oh, you're going to do it right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I would say we have, what time have we got? About 12 minutes, 15 minutes? That's lots of time, do you think? 15?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So today I'm going to do an occupational health and safety briefing for members of the council. In this first slide here, it's a quotation from American novelist and humorist Mark Twain, and to me it is the entire premise of a safety program, because we put 1,000 things in place in order to prevent someone getting killed once. So once I go through this presentation, you'll see how that applies. So today, briefly, when employees first come, they are come to the MD. When they're hired, we do an occupational health and safety orientation. It includes this brief overview, which members of the council and chair did not receive. So briefly, I'd like to do it. In the event that we needed to do a building evacuation, you'd leave the chambers from the nearest unblocked exit, so in this case, it would be right there, heading to the front of the street, and then our muster point for all MD employees is in the back of the parking lot along the JD's building, and then there is another one a bit to the east. Second thing we need everyone to know about is where the first aid kits are. In our lunchroom, there's a first aid kit, and on every floor in the building as well as in the chamber. Fire extinguishers are posted at every exit. And also, if members of the council and chair were to have an incident, we would ask that they report that incident to the CAO's office so we could investigate it and prevent something similar from happening to other people. So today in the agenda, I have 3 parts. We'll do a brief overview of occupational health and safety, talk about the term due diligence and how it came to be and how it applies to occupational health and safety, and then finally an overview of the health and safety management system that we follow here at the MD of Bonnyville. So occupational health and safety is what governs all workplaces in Alberta. The legislation had been the same for many, many years, and when the NDP government came in, they made sweeping changes to the occupational health and safety legislation. And this panicked safety people a little bit. The legislation hadn't been touched since 1976, and suddenly we had to comply with the sweeping changes. So, as you know, with all legislation, we have a duty to comply. Our job in Alberta workplaces as the employer is to keep the workers safe, so we need to identify the hazards, make sure they're trained, and ensure that they are not injured when they're doing work for the MD. Obviously, this would be closely tied in with WCB, which is basically the insurance for the workers who work at the MD. And what the WCB does to encourage us to do a good job is they give us rebates on our significant WCB premiums if we're good performers in comparison with the rest of the industry. So WCB either gives you a rebate or they give you a surcharge if you're a poor performer, which increases your premiums. Every company who has a WCB account also is set up with a certifying partner, and in our case, it's the Alberta Municipal Health and Safety Association. This partner grants us with a CORE, so it's an acronym for a Certificate of Recognition, which means we have a safety program that's been approved in Alberta. Any questions about that slide? So now I want to talk about the West Ray mine disaster. You may remember it. It was from 1992. A deadly explosion happened at a coal mine in Pictou, Nova Scotia County, where 25 miners were killed from a deadly methane explosion. This explosion happened because of management greed, incompetence, and disregard for safety regulations, which allowed the methane gas to accumulate and build up with coal dust, and it exploded. So despite the serious safety concerns raised by employees, union officials, and inspector, the company made very few changes. So they knew it was there, but they failed to do anything about it. And the result from this disaster was that a conviction they failed to secure a conviction against the West Ray Mines managers and owners because of the criminal code. We did not have that in place at the time in 1992. So what happened was the Royal Commission of Inquiry made recommendations which led to this West Ray bill, and it provided new legal duties for workplace health and safety and imposed serious penalties for violations. So these penalties for a first offense were upwards from $100,000. And you'll see here that Bill C-45 amended Section 217(1) of the Criminal Code, and this amendment meant that supervisors, managers now had the legal obligation to make sure that their employees weren't injured. So this really panicked workplaces, because then it was like, well, if someone injures themselves on my watch, I am now criminally liable. So then due diligence became a common thing within the safety world. It's a legal defense through proper implementation of an effective health and safety program. So around 2003, that's when you saw the explosion of health and safety programs, because everybody needed to do their due diligence, take reasonable precautions to prevent injuries and accidents. And the due diligence needed to be proven prior to the incident. You couldn't figure out this stuff after there was an incident. So then along came the health and safety management system. So we do orientations before starting work. We perform hazard assessments on every task. Every position has a hazard assessment. We train hazard identification. We do safety training, including procedures, policies, directives. We train at safety meetings. We make sure that any workers who are doing at-risk tasks are signed off by their supervisor as being competent. It's not enough to just be educated. You also have to prove practical skills. We do inspections. Every manager and general manager and supervisor at the MD have frequencies of inspections that they're expected to do. We perform inspections of work sites so we can eliminate hazards so they don't create an incident, and also pre-op inspections. Every work site in Alberta that has more than 20 employees have to have a joint work health and safety committee, which is a joint committee with members of employers and management team and the workers, and they discuss safety concerns. We do proactive reporting, meaning we identify hazards ahead of time and near misses. We take care of our subcontractors because, again, subcontractors on our site, we have a legal obligation to make sure that they're safe. So under our safety program, we need to make sure that they are doing what we expect them to do. We follow up with inspections. We make sure they have the proper documentation. So when they're doing work for us, they're also doing work safely.
Question, do prime contractors look after subcontractors, though, in the case where we don't hire?
Yes, they do. Prime contractors then are obligated to follow occupational health and safety. However, as the owner of the site, we still have obligations. So we have to make sure our prime contractors are doing what they say they're doing. So incidents, near misses, illness, work refusals are all investigated through with our safety team. And we do that so we can identify root causes and apply corrective actions. And then, of course, there's an annual audit of the program. We have internal auditors, and just auditing the program makes sure that we have a robust and functioning program. So that's my briefing overview of occupational health and safety, where due diligence came from and the importance of that, and the health and safety management system that we undertake by the MD. And it's important to understand that well-implemented and highly functioning safety programs protect employees and reduce property loss and increases our safety culture at the MD. Any questions?
Mr. Chair, I would add to the Manager of Occupational Health and Safety's report that one of the emerging trends in OH&S right now is working from home. There was a court case that came out of Ontario here only several months ago where an Air Canada employee, a ticket agent who was having everything funneled to their home, she slipped and fell on their stair in the home, and Air Canada was found to be liable for the workman's compensation benefits even though that employee was at home. So the current trend that started with the COVID-19 pandemic and moving forward to have workers working remotely, we are still trying to sort out what our responsibility, when I say we, many municipalities and organizations are trying to determine what our responsibilities are to ensure a safe workplace in a person's home if they're working from home. Is that, the proper chair? Am I going to be responsible for carpal tunnel if a person doesn't have the proper keyboard? What if they go down the stairs? What if they trip over the dog? And all those kinds. So that's an emerging trend that we are just in the very early stages of trying to sort out in the OH&S world.
So you're suggesting we have a bylaw we'll get rid of dogs?
Stairs.
Just kidding, just kidding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Need a motion to accept that presentation?
I'll make a motion to accept that presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Slipchak. So we do have a delegation at around 1 o'clock, so we'll take a couple-minute break. Thank you. Oh, didn't we not vote? All in favor of that? I thought it was great. Thanks. Thank you, Reeve Kalinsky. We'll take a minute break here, and you'll be back for a presentation.
I know I have been having problems.
Northern Lights Library System. We're just setting up for that. Thank you. Welcome back. We actually have now a presentation from Northern Lights Library System, and I'll let Josh Crick kind of introduce our speakers as he sits on that library board.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks. This is James McDonald. He's their executive director with the Northern Lights Library System, and it's a pleasure to be on that board and serve with him. And Vicky as well. She's the chair of the board. She's on the computer with us here. So thanks, Vicky, for coming. And yeah, thanks, James, for being here. Appreciate it.
That's awesome. Well, thanks for having me. So I won't take too much of your time, hopefully, and I'm gonna give you a little background on Northern Lights for those that may not be aware of what it is. I'm gonna speak to this value statement, and then we'll take questions and we'll go from there. So Northern Lights Library System is one of 7 regional library systems in Alberta, and we cover sort of the northeast here. We have 55 participating municipalities and 49 physical libraries. We deliver materials all over this northeast, and we actually partner with 3 of the other regional library systems to, again, take advantage of economies of scale and share the same library software system to track all of our materials. So that gives your residents access to more than 3.5 million library items, physical library items. And then in addition, we partner for things like ebooks and audiobooks and electronic resources and all of those sorts of things. This value statement gives you a little bit of a window into what we do. It's not all of what we do. I have sent out to council before a service catalog. It's about 35 pages. It covers more of what we do. You can take a look at that if you really want to get your fill, but I'll just go through this little window into some of the things that we do for you. So your levy cost is $10.46 per resident. You pay, the levy cost is $138,000. From that, because you're a member of Northern Lights Library System, the provincial government gives your libraries a rural services grant, which we administer on your behalf. So from that $10.46, we take $2.15 out. We set that aside for your libraries. That is not for the operating of Northern Lights. That's for the purchase of library materials for your libraries. So your library managers spend that money to buy books, etc. And then you also get that rural services grant, which is delivered to your libraries. That's a $5.55 per resident, which we administer and send out to your libraries on your behalf. So your libraries get immediately back $98,000 as a result of your membership in Northern Lights. In 2020, we turned your $138,000 into $1.3 million worth of circulation value. So what that means is if your residents had chosen to purchase those books themselves through Amazon or Chapters or whatever, they would have spent about $1.3 million just in the purchase of that material. But the delivery of books, we send vans out every week to your libraries in Cold Lake and Bonnyville, but it's not all we do. We do much more. One of the things is we provide consulting. We hire professional librarians who your library staff can rely on for training, for policy development help, for programming help, all of that sort of stuff. So we estimate your libraries took advantage of that to the tune of about $5,000 in 2020. And then we also provide a ton of technical support. So you got about $6,500 worth of technical support. That would be a help desk where you can, your staff can call in and say, hey, I can't figure out how to use this printer, or the software is not working, whatever it might be. It doesn't include the cost of SuperNet connection, which we administer on for your libraries, your Wi-Fi, your Office 365, Microsoft support, all of that sort of stuff we pay for. We also help you purchase your books. We have an acquisitions department. Because we're purchasing quite a few books, we save a lot of money. We get steep discounts. You saved about $6,500 just in the purchase of books in 2020 through Northern Lights. We purchased for the whole system about $450,000 worth of books. We paid $350,000. So we saved around $100,000 for the system. In 2020, we actually circulated more than 850,000 items through the Northeast at a value of more than $18 million. So your residents borrowed 43,299 library items from libraries outside of Bonnyville and Cold Lake. That's stuff they're getting through that track partnership or interlibrary loan. We delivered those to you. You lent $28,200 to other libraries. So you're a net borrower. That's great. You're taking good advantage of the system. Your residents are using it well. You also saved $14,000 in cataloging and processing fees. So when you buy a book for a library, you can't just put that on the shelf and expect people are going to be able to find it. You have to catalog that, get it into the system. You have to put stickers on it and all that sort of stuff. We put MacTac on our paperbacks, so they'll circulate 10 times or 20 times before they fall apart instead of 10. So you're getting a fair bit of savings there. Now, you have 1,605, it says library users registered. I would say that's households. Most of your families are going to have one card for the whole family, right? So I'd like to see that number get a little higher, for sure, but it's certainly, you could probably multiply that a couple times to get the real number of users going on there from the municipal district. We also help with things like programming, summer reading program, winter reading program. 2020 was an interesting year, 2021 as well. We had to do lots of things online. Your very own Bonnyville Pontiac's hockey team were online reading to people. They were reading Twilight, so that was very entertaining. Those young hockey guys reading a vampire romance novel. We had CFL players reading to kids online. We had trivia nights for adults. We did a ton of stuff online there, so it's exciting. We also are there for engagement, right? We're there to engage with all of these 49 libraries so that you can benefit from the expertise and advice and the library programming from the whole region, not just yourself. You're not a silo, right? We appreciate Josh. He's coming to all his meetings. He's on our executive board as well, so we appreciate him stepping up for that. We do a library managers council every 3 times a year, so that's all those library managers can get together and have those conversations together, help steer the system. Your library managers are both excellent, Leah and Leslie, and they're just fantastic. We also hold things like coffee chats, so our librarians can drop in and talk with one another once a month, get conversations going. And we hold an annual conference in the region, and just out in Elk Point every year. Ours is scheduled this year for May 27th, 28th. We hope you folks can come to that. Some of you anyway. Hopefully Josh will be there. Now, on this value statement, there's 2 QR codes down on the bottom. If you have it digitally, you can click on them. If you got your phone, you can do that. You don't have to do it now, but one will take you to how these stats are calculated. So if you have questions like how do you get to those numbers, you can click on that. And the other will take you to the electronic version of our full service catalog. So that's just a window into what we do. Now you're probably wondering, and I think the big elephant in the room here is that population number of 13,233. The levy payment for Northern Lights has not changed, and this is the 3rd year. It's that 1046 that you pay, but your population numbers are what might give you a little bit of heartburn. For the last 3 years, we're obligated from our agreement to use the numbers provided to us by the province for the calculation of your levy payment. For the last 3 years, you guys have gotten a smoking deal. They used the 2018 numbers, 11,661 people for your population. And this year, out of my control, they used the 2016 numbers, and so your population is at 13,233. That said, for the last 3 years, they've also used that 13,233 to calculate your rural services grant. So you've been getting more out of the rural services grant and paying less over the last 3 years. You've probably saved 50 grand over the last 3 years doing that, but it will make it difficult. It does make a spike in your budgeting for this year. For that population numbers. I did send an Excel sheet just kind of at the last minute that council might want to refer to later if they're interested in this, that compares your the whole system's last year's levy payments and this year's levy payments. You will see that spike. It also compares, what if we'd use the 2019 population figures? It would be less of a hit against you folks in terms of your budgeting, for sure. Still a little more. I think it's 12,700 or something like that. It would actually increase Northern Lights' budget by about $10,000 if we were to use 2019. I would like to be able to use something like the 2019 or the latest population figures, the estimates that the province gives. But they don't allow me to do that. Our agreement doesn't allow us to do that at this point in time. It's something that the executive is taking. We've had several conversations about it already with Josh, and we're trying to find a way to make this more stable in terms of year-over-year funding. But I'm happy to take questions on it. I know it's a lot to take in. Yeah. And if Vicki wanted to add something, or maybe she can respond to comments or questions. I don't want to take too much time, and I know there may be some questions about that. So,
I just have a question. Yeah, because you said a lot, but the 2019 population numbers, you said you can't use them?
no, so but our agreement requires that we use the population figures that the province uses to calculate our operating grant.
So I got to ask you, did the province do this, did the province calculate those numbers in 2019? Was that a provincial?
Yeah, so it's the municipal affairs population lists.
So why, well, I'm not sure then why aren't they accepting it?
Well, so the big thing with, yeah, exactly. It's not them actually. It's both us. Our agreement, like our agreement between Northern Lights and all of our libraries states that we have to use that, the population used by the province to calculate these things. What that does is it tends to make some winners and losers when the province decides to use a different population list to do our operating grant. That said, if we had a different agreement and we said we'll use the latest population numbers, there'll be some winners and losers there too. The province, speaking to the province and asking them why did you choose to use the 2016 population figures this year, Diana Davidson at Public Library Service Branch basically said, look, we've got some libraries, some communities that have taken a big hit population-wise, and it would, if we use their latest population, it would sort of decimate their funding. And so, you know, for whatever reason, they decided that they were going to stick with the 2016 numbers, and they didn't want to decimate, you know, a large number of communities' funding. I don't think there's an easy answer, to be honest. I really don't. I think there's going to be winners and losers almost on any population list that you pick. The good news is that, you know, the MD of Bonnyville has saved, the last 3 years, saved almost $50K because they've been a winner for 3 years in a row. Not only getting your population in at 11,661, but you've also been receiving the rural services grant at the higher population of 13,233. So that's the good news. The hard part is, how do you budget for this kind of shift all the time if the province is going to change their population lists that they use? I'm not sure. It's something we're exploring as an executive. So.
Hey, Vicki, I just want to say it's good to see your smiling face. Thanks for coming virtually.
Yeah. I just wanted to say we're really sorry about this mess up in the numbers, but it's outside our control. It wasn't anything that we had planned on or really become too well aware of. We are trying to find a way of looking at it going forward, and we're not sure exactly how we're going to do that at this moment in time. Because, of course, that's what we budgeted our figures on. So we did that across the board, and you can see that's how we planned on paying for our stuff. And Dana, you've been there, but you were on the, you know, NLS before, and you know, we watch those nickels and dimes pretty closely. So it's just troubling, I know. And unfortunately, you guys are aware as well what it's like sometimes when we have to deal with municipal affairs. It's their way. I guess that's enough said. I shouldn't.
Yeah, thanks for that.
It's not necessarily the message I want to leave you with, though. Right?
No,
the message
that's
really
not.
here is that you know, you're getting a huge benefit from the money invested in a system like Northern Lights. You know, libraries are one of the last places in your community where people can go without the expectation of spending money. They're open to the youngest and the oldest and everyone in between. You know, during the pandemic, and even now, you may find people parked out in front of your libraries getting on the Wi-Fi, right? doing up their resume? Where do people go when they need to fill out government forms when the government has shut things down? They go to the library. You know, a cooperative like Northern Lights adds significantly to the value of your libraries and the service that they can provide.
Josh tells us that all the time.
Well, we appreciate Josh. He's been great and absolutely stepping up on our executive, and so it's great to have you, Josh.
Yes,
Well,
he's
thanks.
jumped in on a couple of committees and done a very good job. And you know, Dana, you know, this one will make your eyes kind of roll, but he even went on policy and stuff. And you know, not everybody wants to get on that committee.
No, for sure.
Yes, for sure. Councillor Fidel.
Hi, Mr. McDonald. I read your last report that you sent out. So there was mention of you guys talking with Glendon. How is that going to look for our area, and what's that going to?
Well, so I just spoke with them last night. Had a really great meeting with the council there. They were very interested in partnering with Northern Lights. I just read an email actually from the CAO connecting me with their principals at this local school, and flat out saying, you know, we'd like to explore public library services in partnership with the school and Northern Lights. And so I think it's very likely that Glendon will join us. Well, what that'll mean is that your residents around Glendon will have a public library service point that they can go to Glendon rather than having to go all the way to Bonnyville or all the way to Cold Lake to take advantage of the physical space.
So does that mean that the school's going to be open to the public?
Yeah, well, that would really
through.
depend on, I haven't had conversations with the principal yet. That's one option. Schoolhouse public libraries, we have about 14 of them. They're not necessarily the best way to do public library service, but they are a way to provide some service. And so we'll have some conversations that it might transpire that way, and it would potentially allow hours where the school's library would be open to the public, yeah. Certainly, at the very least, you know, residents could have their books dropped off and picked up directly from Glendon instead of having to travel to pick those materials up. So that makes a big difference.
Yeah, when I kind of read that, I was like, well, where's that going to be, right? It's going to be in the school. Is that going to be in the actual city hall or town?
Yeah, and that, you know, that's exactly the conversation we're having. And so we're exploring all those ideas. I brought up, you know, it would be very easy for us to put in a hold shelf right here in your town office and a drop box, and, you know, then it's open, you know, 5 days a week at least. And so we're in the very preliminary discussions.
Okay,
I don't want to tell tales out of school
for
there,
sure,
but
yeah.
it's, you know, it's exciting. We'd love to see Glendon join. They're one of kind of two final holdouts as far as municipalities joining the system. So
Awesome. Thanks for that.
yeah, you're welcome.
Any other comments? How much is the library card? Just threw that out there. I don't think we charge, do we?
I think they're free. Yeah. Vicki, you're on does Cold Lake charge a fee for?
Ours are, well, I mean, nothing's free in Waterworld, but ours are provided without a cost, and it's covered by the municipality.
Right. So if your municipality, if you actually go, any of the MD members can go to Cold Lake and wouldn't have to pay. Because once they have a card at Cold Lake Public Library, you can use it at Bonnyville Public Library.
Mr. Reeve?
I don't know if Bonnyville has it.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now,
There's the
Bonnyville
workaround.
doesn't have a fee for memberships, and they don't
That's awesome.
charge late fees anymore either, so.
That's great.
And I'll let you know too that I'm still surprised every time I see the numbers that come through Bonnyville Library. Like it's so much more than what people realize, how many people use the library still, so for sure.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I was just in the Bonnyville Public Library the other day. It's a beautiful little library. You know, you have an excellent resource there.
Okay, well, thanks, James, and thanks, Vicki.
All right.
We'll see you again.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, Vicki.
James, good to meet you.
Have a good rest of the conference there, Vicki.
So we'll need a motion to accept that for information. Councilor Slipchuk, thank you. All in favor? Get the next one, Mike. And we had the 1:30 chamber was canceled. I guess they'll come back at another time, I assume. And now we're on to CAO again, 2024 Alberta Games.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, and members of council. The Minister of Culture sent out letters to municipalities across the province inviting bid submissions to host either the 2024 Alberta Summer Games or the 2024 Alberta Winter Games. The deadline to submit a letter of interest to host either one of these events is March 25th of this year, and the following formal bids are to be submitted no later than April 29th, 2022. The MD of Bonnyville previously hosted the 2010 Alberta Winter Games in partnership with the City of Cold Lake, Town of Bonnyville, and CFB 4-Wing Cold Lake. The formal bid for that event was submitted in 2007. It is attached in Appendix B, which allowed over 2 years for the coordination of the event. This coordination and event planning was done through the Lakeland Region's Games Committee, which was formed specifically for the 2010 Games and included over 10 subcommittees and was comprised of several members of each community as well as representatives from each partnering municipality. For the 2010 Games, the estimated number of required volunteers was 2,000, and the overall proposed budget for the event was estimated at $1.7 million. The MD only financially committed to contributing $150,000, which is broken out to $50,000 per year over 3 years. I would add that since I wrote this report, I have received the 2018 bid package, and that bid package that went out and the region was not successful was at $2.195 million. Administration recognizes the potentially significant economic benefits of hosting this event in our region. However, we do not believe we would have the capacity to take on such a large and costly event ourselves with only a year and a half for planning and coordination. Additionally, due to the short notice for submitting a bid to host the 24 games, getting sufficient information and expressions of support would be a challenge. Administration has also not had sufficient time to gather and provide council with information regarding overall costs, potential revenues or expenses, facility assessments, and or cost sharing or other required agreements with either the Town of Bonnyville or the City of Cold Lake. For these reasons, administration cannot recommend to council to move forward submitting a bid for the 2024 games. However, we would suggest to council, since the games are regularly held every 2 years, that administration begin the process of a fully vetted financial research with a financial plan, a facility assessment to determine additional facility costs required to host the games, and put in place the necessary costs and revenue sharing agreements with the town and the city for either the 26 or 28 Alberta Games. It was indicated in the minister's letter that the successful host for 2024 games will be given an operating grant in the amount of $420,000. However, council decided to proceed with submitting a bid for the 2024 Alberta Winter or Summer Games, and the MD of Bonnyville was successful. Additional staff would be required to facilitate the planning and coordination of the event, which would utilize the operating grant funds as well as potentially requiring additional funds from the municipal budget. Overall costs at this time are known, but would be upwards of $2 million or more, and given the 2018 numbers, probably significantly north of $2 million. The operating grant from the province in the amount of $420,000 would be provided, but at this time no other sources of funding can be confirmed, which means assuming the remaining balance would come from the municipal budget. So our recommended action is that council does not proceed with submitting a letter of interest to the province for hosting the 2024 Alberta Winter Games or the 2024 Summer Games. However, that council also directs administration to bring back additional information regarding submitting a bid for either the 2026 or 2028 Alberta Games to a future committee of the whole meeting for further discussion.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. We could make a motion right now, but we can maybe have some discussion first. Councillor Scarson.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, I mean, my heart wants to say yes, let's go for it right now. My head agrees with the recommended action. I would say, more importantly, it's, you know, I think we need to form a committee of sorts that looks at more than even just the summer games, but, you know, there's opportunities of all sorts to host, and we've spent for years and years now time and money in you know, building facilities that we really need to start showing off, let's say, right? So, you know, so I'll go ahead and make the council option number 1 motion for that, and really start that conversation on how do we better promote our area, and you know, I think it kind of goes hand in hand, for sure. So.
Okay, I'm in 100% agreement. We just had talked a minute ago, and I'm sure there's other communities out there are way better prepared for 2024. They've probably already got their stuff together, so it's a good idea. We talked about Glendon. They built a new track and football field in Bonnyville has one, now Cold Lake has one. There's lots of facilities out there, sure nice to showcase, summer and winter.
I will admit that the bid package that is in here was actually put together 3 years before their summer games. It was in 2007 submitted, and their games was in 2010. So, I mean, yeah, it'd be less than a 2-year timeline where, 3 years is probably more reasonable for sure.
And Mr. Chair, there was an interesting twist that the CAO from Lac-La-Biche County reached out to me last week. Actually, I guess it's almost 2 weeks now, and had indicated to me that Lac-La-Biche would even be interested in creating a regional. I don't know if there's what the flavor around the table here locally would be, but Lac-La-Biche has indicated that they would be interested in being part of any regional bid. I don't know if the 150 kilometers is an issue, but they have some interest in being involved in these conversations as well. That might that might be something that could be added to any conversation.
Yeah, we also heard that at the meeting with the City of Cold Lake that on their bid of, I think it was 2016, that they had all the all the requirements for the games at that time. So I don't think we need to look for more facilities. So, but yeah, conversation should be had.
The only one I could think of would be the pool. I mean, the Lac-La-Biche seems to be forging ahead with the pool, and I'm sure they'd be. But again, that's one games. The winter games we're 100% ready for. So, but yeah.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
Mr. Chair, could I just get clarity? Are you making both of those recommended actions as one motion?
Yeah, it works for me.
I think so.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, makes it easier. Which means we're directing, we're gonna give up on the 2024 bid, but we're gonna ask administration to come back regarding 26 and 28. Maybe we talk about forming or some kind of committee with the town and the city.
Yes,
Maybe
we'll bring this back fairly quickly to committee of the whole in either April or May. I completely agree with Councillor Scarson. There was a committee set up for the 2007 bid. That committee doesn't seem to exist anymore. Most municipalities, when they put together these games, it's done by external committees as opposed to being managed by the municipality. So I actually think there is a place to put together a committee for the games. I also completely agree with Councillor Scarson that a committee that would look at, maybe it's just not winter games, but maybe it's hosting big provincials, maybe it's, pie in the sky, maybe it's the Briar. I mean, there's, I think a committee that could focus on those details and then come to council and come to the municipalities saying this is the support we need from the municipality, as opposed to it being an initiative led by the municipality. It could be a citizen-led initiative that we support behind the scenes with people, finance, et cetera, et cetera.
Councillor Scarson.
I just want to have it noted that the CEO twice agreed with me today. So can we make note of that somewhere, please?
A star or something?
Yeah. Mr.
Yeah,
Chair,
I'll
I was
take
going to
it.
make the same comment, like, how can they agree twice like that? Yeah.
Oh, sure. Maybe there's a mistake. We'll edit that out, Mr. CAO. We'll edit it out of the video. So all in favor of Councillor Scarson's motion? Thank you. Councillor Reeve Kalinsky, thanks for that. You'll be on the committee.
I'll just add a note because the CEO got into my head about the Briar, and it just could have came out with the C2 report, but they are installing a clock that has a scoreboard, like a video board, and that was the one requirement that was it called Pinty's that does the
Chicken
curling. The one requirement that was missing from the RJ to host a curling event or something like that. So it was actually talked about at our last C2 meeting. So it's funny that the CEO brings it up again. So yeah.
While we're talking about sports, I'll just mention quickly, Ardmore actually hosted it was a sled race on Saturday, and apparently they had more sleds than anybody else has had in the area for racing. They got a 500-foot track or whatever, and McMurray was supposed to hold it in the next day. Was it McMurray or Lac-La-Biche? And Lac-La-Biche, I think, and they couldn't hold it, but so Ardmore apparently can bid on the Western Finals or whatever. I'm not a sled guy, but there was some of our staff were out there too, and because they're sled people, and I think they're doing good in Ardmore with their sled races. So. Okay, where are we at? Regional Aquatic Center.
Thank you, Mr. Reed, members of council. This item was brought to the Committee of the Whole in February. Bonnyville Town Council at their January 18th, 2022 meeting of council passed the following motion. Moved by Councillor Byron Johnson, that council support in principle construction of a new aquatic center to be located at the Bonnyville and District Centennial Center, subject to a partnership agreement with the MD of Bonnyville for the design, construction, operation, and maintenance of the new facility, and also subject to successful realization of grant funding from the provincial and/or federal governments to assist in construction costs. I have received calls from the town of Bonnyville's CEO and MD and councillors and several residents wondering when the MD of Bonnyville will be addressing this issue. As this is an important regional initiative and the town of Bonnyville requires to know whether the MD is interested in being a partner in this project, it is being brought to council for discussion and direction as to whether to proceed. The MD of Bonnyville has previously been involved with the Regional Aquatic Center Committee and partially funded the initial feasibility study. This has left the impression with the town of Bonnyville that the MD was a potentially serious partner in this initiative. Citizen surveys also have indicated that the pool is a very high priority for MD residents. The proposal is outlined to council by RC Strategies at the January 19th, 2022 Committee of the Whole meeting would have the MD financially involved for approximately $8 million in capital costs and 50% of operating costs. It's estimated that the pool operating costs would be approximately $1 million annually. The town of Bonnyville has not triggered the mechanism agreed to in the intermunicipal collaboration framework for proposed projects, and it did not have a new pool listed in the ICF document as a potential future project. I would add that I have recently been reached out to by the town of Bonnyville CEO who does want to begin ICF conversations, and the pool is probably part of that. The town of Bonnyville also has been given approximately $6 million in additional funding through the recently agreed to ID 349 annexation agreement, and will receive variable amounts in that vicinity over the next 24 years. The creation of a new aquatic center has several positives. It was the #1 request of service in a citizen survey from several years ago, and it is unlikely that this preference has changed since that survey. A new aquatic center would significantly enhance the region and likely aid in attracting new business and residents to the area. The building of a pool will not become less expensive in the future, so building now would be less expensive venture than waiting 5 or more years. This partnership would support the MD's relationship with the town of Bonnyville and future partnership possibilities. The concerns for the building of an aquatic center are also significant, primarily it being a large capital expenditure, likely in the vicinity of $8 million, our $8 million. The total project is in the $24 million range. Long-term operating costs at a static $500,000 per year over 25 years is another $12.5 million in operating costs. The operating costs are likely to increase as the new center ages, and also the approval of a new pool partnership with the town of Bonnyville creates a strong probability to trigger an official request from the city of Cold Lake for the MD to partner in their ongoing and recently announced pool initiative as well. And I believe there was some conversation of that with our meeting with Cold Lake last week. Should council agree to both pool projects, the total cost would be problematic, and the commitment to these additional operating costs would create significant strain on MD operating budgets. If the MD denied Cold Lake's partnership request but remained committed to the Bonnyville project, it would inevitably create a negative impact on the MD's relationship with the city. The Committee of the Whole was presented with this update on February 16th and made the following motion: that the committee recommends to council to proceed with partnering with the town of Bonnyville on their proposed aquatic center, subject to a partnership agreement with the town of Bonnyville for the design, construction, operation, and maintenance of the new facility, and also subject to successful realization of grant funding from the provincial and/or federal governments to assist in construction costs. I have attached the pool study that was presented to council. Some discussion about where this might fit in our strategic plan. And the cost of this, the potential funding for the capital portion, would be partially funded through the Aquatics Reserve, which currently sits at $4.5 million. Other reserves could be used to accommodate the remaining balance, or alternatively, since the pool project is several years away from completion, council could elect to apply funds to the Aquatics Reserve over the next several budget cycles to bring the reserve to the required amount. Operational funding of the pool would be funded through the annual operating budget. It is important to note that an additional $5,000 of operating funding would be required annually upon pool completion, and there are several ways to fund this and maintain current service standards for other operating budget demands. Firstly, a general mill rate increase of approximately 1%, which would equate to roughly $680,000 in revenue, could offset additional pool operating costs. Secondly, council could choose to create a separate mill rate for recreation to fund either all of recreation costs or partially. And thirdly, council could reduce spending in other areas to find the money to pay for the additional pool costs. Administrative recommendation is that the council approves the recommendation of the committee of the whole to proceed with partnering with the town of Bonnyville on the proposed aquatic center, subject to a partnership agreement with the town of Bonnyville for the design, construction, operation, and maintenance of the new facility, and also subject to successful realization of grant funding from the provincial and or federal governments to assist in construction costs.
Thanks for that, Mr. Seyo. Any comments from council? Should be a few. Councilor Fredev?
Thank you. I'm glad they're considering opening up the ICFs because it seems to be going a lot of one-way. It's a one-way street with the ICFs. One of my big concerns is how we're going to pay for this. Are we going to pay for 2 pools? We just can't be just concerned about Bonnyville all the time. All I know that a pool, it's about 50,000 people geographically that it needs to feed it to be successful. We're looking at $30 to $40 million per pool. We're looking at a cost of about 20 to 40% just from the MD. These are just capital costs. And if we're looking at 2 pools, we're looking at the maintenance side of it on 2 pools. That is with the current energy costs, never mind what the energy costs are going to be later on. Are we going to increase taxes is a big question. We roughly have about 4,800 residential farm / households in the entire MD. How can we fund 2 pools? It's again just one of the notes I wrote here. Our costs are just $8 million last year. We took a hit on our assessment. Our costs keep going up. We have to work with the same amount of dollars and cents. Now we have large energy companies that are appealing taxes, and then now it's going to Court of Queen's Bench. Are we going to see a further hit on our assessments? Is that number going to keep dwindling? We just looked at the agreement with BRFA. We're going to have an additional cost of about $200,000 to $300,000 to pay back for that building. We're looking at $165,000 in carbon tax that we're adding. Again, council has no appetite to increase taxes. With ID 349, we gave the city of Cold Lake $15.3 million, and the town of Bonnyville $6.8 million to keep themselves viable. And that was one of the big reasons the province gave that money to them, so they can be viable. But yet, they want to partner with us on this. Partner means 50-50. Right now, we're seeming like we're going to sacrifice our capital assets for a pool. Canuso is going to need some upgrades and expansions. Cray Lake, what's an old dock system from Vezo? How are we going to pay for that? Fort Kent and Cherry Grove walking trails, is that going to be on the list of chopping blocks to, instead of getting a pool? Again, those are all wants, but a need is a fire hall / grader station / post office in Cherry Grove. It's 17 kilometers away from the nearest fire station. So if all our money is going to go into pools, are these projects going to be shelved? Again, our ICFs, we need to be on a level playing field. We have an airport, we have Vezo Beach, Canuso, school resource officers, Moose Lake walking trails that everybody uses, but yet we get no money from any one of our neighbors. Right now, the significant amount of money is being invested at CFB, close to $900 million in infrastructure, and significant upgrades to the air weapons range. The MD has approximately 200 plus immediate lots available to build on in and around the city of Cold Lake. Cold Lake is seeing a rise in residents, and it has a starting population of 15,000 people. The city of Cold Lake is only asking us for 19.5% of capital. That makes way more fiscal sense than the Bonnyville ask of 50%. So basically, if we're going to invest in a pool, we should invest it in Cold Lake. There's been a lot of MD money invested in around Bonnyville, like the airport, Capella Building, 911, C2, and the Bonnyville Golf Course. We're on that side the MD is kind of sitting back and just looking at this side of the fence or this side of the river where all the money is being spent. So if we're going to, I can't see how we can afford two. If we're going to do one, it should be in Coal Lake.
That was interesting. Anybody's got another side to that story? Thanks for that, Councillor Fidel. Councillor Scarson.
Yeah, so I mean, all valid points for sure. I'm not taking that away. And I guess the nice part about this motion is that you're not committing to anything except for just starting the conversation, right? So, well, you are, because you're talking about, I mean, there's 100 different ways partnerships could look, for sure. We don't know what that looks. We're making assumptions. There's 100 different ways this pool could be financed. We're making assumptions there. I mean, we started this conversation years ago. We've done the surveys. We've put together a pool committee. You know, I think we owe it to at least take the next step, and I don't think we're committing to anything except for saying, what does it look like? And then are we able, you know what? I still remember, like it was yesterday, getting a letter in the mail when the C2 was built, and it said, are you willing to increase your taxes to pay for the C2? I mean, it was we asked. I mean, we haven't even begun to explore that model yet, right? So to me, this motion today is just saying this pool is either dead in the water, or we talk about what it looks like going forward. So it's not committing to anything, because, I mean, I'm not going to be any different. If they come back and say, hey, this pool is actually going to be $40 million and we need more from you than we ever expected, I mean, then it's an easy discussion after that, right? So, but then you have at least something to leverage to say, listen, we talked about, we've gone down this road, this is what, right? I mean, we sat there with Coal Lake the other day, and they said that they're at least 5 years before they can even start to plan their pool. So, I mean, what do we do, sit and wait for that, right? So those are my points.
Rav Kalinsky, any comments?
Give me a second. I'm just
Okay.
inhaling it all.
You're allowed to breathe.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not against any polls, but we really need to sit down and see where our financial is. I agree with Mr. Fadeev there. Yeah, we got to sit down with the town and the city of Coal Lake and make sure the numbers are correct. And people got to realize the taxes are going to go way up if we're going to be going into these pools. And I remember a few minutes ago, about an hour ago, our CEO said he just put $2 fuel in his truck. And there's a lot of people that are suffering out there, and we're just spending money like there's nobody suffering out there. So I think we really got to figure out where the money's coming from before we agree to anything. That's just what I'm thinking right now.
Okay, thanks for those comments, Councillor Carson.
Sorry, I know I'm butting in here, but I got to say that you're not agreeing to anything except for having those discussions, so.
Yeah. Councillor Fidel, did you have?
I was going to say point of order, but I was missed.
Go ahead.
Anyways, this is like a letter of support. Of course, you know, we always wanted a letter of support to have a dollar amount to it, because going through the next motions and the next step, it is like we're agreeing. I don't think that, you know, again, there's a lot of wants. And yeah, I mean, it's at 80% that people are, you know, like the survey we did. There's a lot of people, but now, are we going to pay for two pools? Is the big question. We say yes to this, again, it's going to be, you know, now we're adding a pool to this area and not to their area. And, you know, a lot of my residents, you know, had issues with when, you know, like when the C2 did come up. Their taxpayers' money are being funded over here. And that same thing is going to be with a pool. You know, is somebody from that end of town going to come all the way here? You know, like if you look at the city of Coal Lake, they grabbed their ID 349 money and they put it to the Thomas Vargas Field. That's where they put their money. And again, you know, these guys have way more money than we do now. They get an extra $6.8 million. If we had had that extra money and there was money out there, it'd be not a problem. Again, right now there's a well drilling moratorium. We're not seeing any extra money coming in. We're seeing a decrease in money. That's all. I mean, I think this is very unwise to move forward with something that we can't afford. I don't recall that the city, sort of the town of Bonnyville had an engagement with their town residents about an increase in taxes. I think we are the increase in taxes. We're the ones that are going to pay for it, instead of the residents.
Councillor Kubiak.
Thank you. We also have to be careful if we're going to be using percentages for the pool, because if a pool is going to cost 24 million and we pay 8 million, we have to pay 8 million. What if it balloons to 40 million? If we're giving 30%, that means we'll be having to dish out $12 million. So we need to be careful with the percentages as opposed to a set amount. That's my comment. Thank you.
Councillor Reeve-Kalinsky.
Yeah, also we have to renegotiate some agreements with the town and the city, and that can change a lot. You know, like Councillor Fideo said there a while back, we're not having any of those discussions for a while, so that can change a lot. Like there's a lot of like, for instance, Canuso, like how much RMD payers use, and then Councillor Fideo, you just said about the C2 Center. Well, a lot of people got mad at us when we put all the money into Canuso, but it works both ways that way. But yeah, that's all. We have agreements coming up, and we need to negotiate some of those and have them in place too, so money will change hands that way as well.
I'll just, I guess, add to this that I'm in favor of a pool too. I'd rather have it in Ardmore but you'll never get a town and a city to share a pool in Ardmore. So it'd be nice if we could all put our money together and build one pool. It's not going to happen. So yeah, the drive's too far. Yeah. But I guess what I'm saying, we're sort of talking around the circles here, and we don't have enough information. But I think this motion says that we have to go out and get grants from the province and the feds. Otherwise, we can't build a pool in Bonnyville, and definitely not in Cold Lake. But if we don't make this motion, we do nothing. So I don't know if there's another way to reword this motion and say we make a motion to go look for grant funding before anything happens. But I think the motion's okay. Councillor Fideo.
Yeah, the motion says we're just doing a Bonnyville swimming pool. The motion doesn't say 2 pools. The motion doesn't say let's get more information. It says we are going with the intentions of moving ahead with this. Just like a letter of support. That's what the motion says. That's the way I read it.
Well, I'll have to disagree because, it says right there, subject to partnership agreement. So to me, our administration doesn't even begin to have any kind of conversation on what this looks like without some direction from council saying, go have the chat and see what a partnership looks like, what funding models look like. For right now, it's just something that everyone's talking about. Right, so if they need to be worded differently to say, listen, if we want to ever look at building a pool in Bonnyville, we need to start a discussion on how that looks, and we're not there. We haven't discussed that, and administration has no direction on discussing that right now. This eliminates that. This says, go talk to Bonnyville. If you guys want to work on a pool, we need to know what it looks like, what the partnership looks like. Partnerships aren't 50-50. I'll tell you that much. They don't have to be 50-50. They could be any percentage, right? What does the funding look like? We're sitting here watching Lac La Biche bring in millions and millions and millions of dollars of funding from the grants. I know you'll say we won't have it, but you never know unless you ask. And we're not even at the point of asking right now because we don't have an arrangement in place to say, let's ask and see what we can get, right?
For sure. I do agree, but our area received $80-some million for a water line. And that's where, so when they're looking at regions for grant funding, that's what they're looking at. Edson, right, they got 30 million for their pool, right? There's a lot of money out there, but, are they gonna look at us and give that to us is a question.
You don't know.
You don't know.
Who knows until you
But we're
ask.
saying we're gonna go ahead with this and be a partner with them. I know with the town, it's always gonna be a 50-50.
Well, you're making assumptions. It's subject to. To me, I read that as, we don't do anything without an agreement. But we don't even begin that discussion on an agreement until the motion that's made to say, talk about an agreement. What does an agreement look like? I'll be the first guy to say, this pool can't go ahead under this agreement if it doesn't look good. That's all there is to it.
Okay, this can go on forever. I think we have a motion on the floor. administration recommended that action, so we'll vote on that motion. So is that, you've made that motion, do you want to bring that up? Councillor Scarson did make that motion.
Well, I didn't, but I will. I will make the
Well, you
first-
did, but it was like half an hour ago, so.
I don't think I did, but I'll definitely make, and reiterating, I mean, if it needs to be worded differently for administration, all I wanted to say is that they will begin the discussion on what a pool model funding, a funding model looks like and a partnership arrangement looks like. And then you bring that back to council, and then we could decide how we want to proceed.
Mr. Chair and members of the council, the motion was crafted based on copying and pasting the town of Bonnyville, so our motions were the same motion.
Just
Are you
one
okay
more
with that
comment.
motion?
Yeah, I'm just saying that we're going to say yes to Bonnyville, just like everything goes, it's going to be no to Cold Lake. And that's my concerns.
I hope not.
Well, look at
Gotta be more positive.
Look at the Grand Center Golf Course.
I know. I wasn't. Yeah. Councillor Crick?
Okay. Yeah, I understand, I guess, what the CEO was saying, that our, the motion is copied from the town of Bonnyville, but I don't see why we can't make a motion that's, because this motion says that we want to proceed with partnering with the town on the proposed aquatic center, when I'm thinking it's probably wiser to explore the option of a partnership, whatever that looks like.
I want to make a comment. Does partnership mean 50-50?
Mr. Chair and members of council, we just put that motion together for the committee of the whole, and the committee of the whole passed this motion and asked us to present it to council. So you could make this motion anything you want. Partnerships don't necessarily mean 50-50. I'm married, and that's 199. So just joking. It could be any. Partnership just means that we start working collaboratively with a neighbor, and then from that point, maybe the partnership is a 30-70, a 20-80, a 10-90. That would only come through the exploration of that partnership.
Go ahead.
Reeve Klinsky?
Yeah, if we have this much discussion on this, we should have a meeting just put aside to discuss this. And then when we come to council, we'll know exactly where we stand as a council. We don't, like, we're so divided here, it's, we don't even know if we're coming or going. So I think we should really vote this down and have a meeting to get it right and then bring it back, because we really don't know how to fund either pool, let alone one. So that's just my comment.
Thank you. Councillor Kriviak.
Thank you. We could, in the motion, eliminate the word partnership, if we wish, or else just have a simple motion to proceed with talks with regards to the pool in Bonnyville. That's all you need. It's a simple motion like that, and then it should be okay.
But can I just say, though, that doesn't give direction to admin, though. It really...
Yeah.
It doesn't give them direction. It just said proceed with talks. We've been talking for half an hour. I'm not sure what admin would do with that. Councillor Scarson?
So, I mean, you're right, we're going in circles, but we're debating on a bunch of assumptions. And if you want to get more information on what a pool looks like, this is the motion. You have to say, what does a partnership agreement look like? And I do partnership agreements all the time. I can tell you right now, it is not 50-50. It can be, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. All right? Subject to means that we don't agree to anything until we agree on a partnership agreement. Subject to funding models, right? We don't agree on anything until we understand exactly what this will cost, where the money comes from, who's paying for what. So, I mean, until we get to that point, I mean, we can sit here and have another special pool meeting, but we have no information to work with. There's nothing. I mean, we've been no further ahead than we are right now. So what this motion is saying is, Mr. CEO, can you meet with, or whoever, and figure out what are the next steps, what does that look like, bring it back, we can make a decision based on the information that is gathered. And to Mr. Fideo's point, hey, I'd do the same thing with Cold Lake. If you want to funding, the exact same, to Coal Lake. They told us as much that they're not ready, right? But if you want to say down the road, 100%, I'll 100% agree with that, right? And it's either one, both, or neither. Well, we have to make that determination based on the information presented, right?
I agree with the stuff you're saying, and I'm not opposing it. I'm just saying that the trend is that side's not going to get it, and that's just by what's going on. I mean, I heard that same thing with, when we approved the Bonnyville Golf Course part. I said, Grand Center is going to come and ask for the same thing because their infrastructure is falling apart just like theirs is. And this council voted down, and that's where it's going. And I'm afraid that when all the, smoke settles, that again, it's going to be a sharp fall on that side of the river. That's all.
Well, we have a motion on the floor.
Yeah, and I would just ask the CAO if what you see with that motion gives you the power to begin those discussions, and then bring back information to help us make a decision for next steps.
Through the chair to Councillor Scarson and the rest of the council, without administration weighing in as to whether or not the pool is a good or a bad idea, the motion gives me the authority to pick up the phone and start having conversations with the CAO of the town of Bonnyville as to what this looks like. So I'm comfortable with the motion in terms of giving me the direction and giving my staff the direction to start those conversations. That motion gives me some clarity in terms of, it tells me that you want us to talk to the town of Bonnyville regarding the design, the construction, the operation, of the maintenance of the pool, and how that's going to impact the MD. I'm comfortable with that in terms of that very a cloistered aspect of the motion. Whether or not a pool is a good idea or bad idea is going to be a council decision. But in terms of the motion and giving me direction, this does just fine.
And Mr. Chair, it also gives you direction to talk to the town of Bonnyville and come up with grants. Because like I said, if we don't start looking for grants, it may be 5 or 10 years down the road before we get grants.
To council, the grants is an interesting question. This is a town of Bonnyville initiative. And if council wants the MD to take over looking for grants for the pool, then I guess I start questioning whose initiative is this? This is the town of Bonnyville's initiative, and they should be taking the lead on dealing with those grants. We'd certainly be supportive, and whatever letters of support, whatever we have to do to support that. But if we're now going to start looking for grants, then we've become the lead on this. We'll do whatever to support, but we're a supporter of the project, or would be a supporter of the project.
I 100% agree. It's
But we will
it's really their
work with
project, but this allows you to talk to them and say, hey,
Absolutely.
start looking for grants.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Scarson?
I was just going to add, for clarity, does this allow you to give them $8 million?
No, it does not.
Okay.
Councillor Kriviak?
Could be.
Do you have
You're probably right.
authority to start negotiations with ICFs?
So we've been, through the chair to Councillor Kreviak, the CAO of the town reached out to me about 2 weeks ago and wanted to set up some dates. So we're currently looking at dates the last week of March to have our ICF committees get together for the first time. The ICF conversation is actually, although they have an overlap, it is a different conversation.
Yes, yeah.
The overlap is that if ICF conversations are not successful, that may have a negative impact on a pool conversation. If ICF conversations are successful, that may have a positive impact on these. So there is a connection, but they are separate. And I don't have any authority to do anything on ICFs yet. We're going to get the committees together, have a very brief meeting to find out where everybody's at, put our cards on the table, and then come back and, that's probably a multi-month conversation with the town of Bonnyville. But I have no authority to change the ICF today, and neither does my counterpart in the town.
Okay, we're going to, oh, sorry, Marie Polinsky.
Yeah, I just mentioned that we need to get some of these agreements done before we ever get in partnership with any kind of pools with anybody. So anyway, that's my last comment.
Okay, thanks for that input. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Scarson, you want to read that once more? Are everybody's
Do you
familiar
want
with
me to
that?
read that once more?
Everybody's familiar with that? If everybody's happy with that? Okay, all in favor of that motion? Okay, that was 4-3 in favor. Thank you. Mr. CAO, correspondence and information.
Thank you, Mr. the Chair and members of the council. Correspondence and information. Without going through each of them, you can see that we received 13 or 12 pieces of correspondence in the preceding couple of weeks. The only one that I would point out is there was a letter from a resident on some resident concerns, particularly in terms of sanitary waste, et cetera, in the LaCroix area. I don't have any specific information, but we will respond to the resident with a thank you for your letter type of response, because there are probably some issues there that would be budgetary, and we certainly haven't looked into them at the administrative level. But we will reach out and thank the resident for raising their concern, and we'll certainly take it under advisement.
Yeah, Mr. CEO, I had read the same letter, and though what I got from it wasn't sanitary waste though, but the guy's concern about water fill stations. And because I'd brought that up some time ago, that we have water lines between Coal Lake and Bonnyville. We have one between Coal Lake and Ardmore, Fort Kent. There's a fill station in Ardmore, one in Fort Kent. This guy's also mentioning that if we had kind of more access to water, there's tons of rural residents that are filling up. So that was just something of interest. And I think Mr. Basilko was looking into kind of water.
You mean like a water line going to Cherry Grove and dealing with
that one
stuff?
too. We did discuss
Going to the
fill
fire
station.
hall?
We did discuss a fill station.
Yeah, yeah.
But is that, I think that was what I got out of the letter, not so much the waste.
Through the chair to council, yes, that was one of the things with a joint, that was a bulk water station. His last paragraph, he was talking about a sanitary dumping station in and near. There's a whole bunch of things in this letter that are water and wastewater related, and none of which are currently on our radar. But we certainly can look into these and come back, particularly at budget, with if any of these are.
Well, I think wasn't our strategic plan? Was it not water was one of those strategic plan initiatives?
The current strategic plan and the new strategic plan is just in its final stages before it comes back to council. But the current strategic plan was to have potable water to every resident in the MD, which was. So that was actually the wording out of the strategic plan. But we have nothing on our radar right now about another bulk water fill or water fill stations in that part of the MD, and we certainly haven't even begun this conversation as to whether we'd put a sanitary dump station in for RVs or for campers. So those are things we can certainly look into and bring back to council as potentials for the 2023 budget.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Slipchuk.
Yeah, I just want to mention, I read that letter as well, and he brings some good valid points. Like what he was talking about is also bottled water having maybe availability at the MD workshop for residents instead of having all the way to Fort Kent or Ardmore, which at this time does make perfect sense as cost of fuel and everything, less driving for people.
So,
but this is something I'm just saying to look at in the future.
Yeah, to council, the idea of having, through multiple municipalities that I've been at, the idea of having the shop facility open for these type of things, it would be an accident waiting to happen. We've got gravel trucks, large equipment coming and going there all day long. The way we're currently set up, I would not in any way, shape, or form recommend that the public would be then coming and going to fill up water jugs. It's a commercial work site essentially. Are there changes we could make to make that happen? Absolutely there are. But again, they're all attached to a cost, and council would certainly have to determine what the priority of those things would be compared to all of the other things that we're talking about. But I understand the need for a water bottle service, absolutely. What it looks like today, we're going to have to, some direction from council. If that's something council would like us to do, with direction from council, we can certainly start exploring that and come back to council at budget with some options and costs, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, and as well as to a sanitary dumping station, like for trailers, we're promoting our lakes and RVs and all that. And with the price of fuel now, you're going to have people dumping on the side of the roads when they're going back. I've seen it myself with own eyes and witnessed it. So, and now with the price of fuel higher, they're not going to want to be packing that back all the way to Edmonton or wherever they're from. So it's just, these are things I'm thinking we should all be aware of, try to think outside the box and see if we can come up with ideas and solutions and be for down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Council action report, that was like 3-page document. Anybody got any comments about that one? If nothing, we can go to reports from members of council. Mr. Reeve, did you have anything that you wanted to comment about? Anything you've done recently that you want to comment on?
Yeah, the big thing was with the C2 Center, and Darcy explained it to you guys, and you guys talked about it today, so you guys took care of that.
Okay.
You know, staff's going to take care of that. That was the big one for me. And then we had a joint meeting with, it wasn't really a meeting, it was like a meet and greet with Coal Lake. I thought it was a really good meet and greet with them, and the hospitality by Coal Lake was first class, and really enjoyed that meeting, and to meet the new council and some of the old council from before. So that was really a highlight. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Sorry, Mr. Chair, could we just get a motion to accept the correspondence as information?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Motion to accept correspondence. Councillor Scarson makes that motion. All in favor of that? Thank you. Councillor Kubiak, tell us about what you did last month.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, Mr. Chair, Deputy Reeve. I didn't have any committee reports, just I had interviews for Deputy Fire Chief, and we've chosen a new deputy. Pardon me? Somebody
That
else.
was the Reeve, I think.
We also had a meeting with the Coal Lake Council. It was a good meeting on various issues between the two councils. I went to MD staff breakfast. That was excellent breakfast there. Thank all the MD staff for all the work they've done for that. And I also went to Ukraine flag raising ceremony in the town of Bonnyville. That's about it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Slivchuk?
I had a pretty quiet week, actually. I had a Zoom meeting on February 28th, which went really well, and I really enjoyed the meet and greet meeting with the Coal Lake Council and Coal Lake we had on March 1st. Then March 2nd was a great breakfast with all the staff and shop staff, and a lot of the office staff came out. And that was great to meet some new people and faces. And the best news of the week was a new granddaughter on Wednesday. Thank you.
Very nice. Very nice. Councillor Scarson?
Well, so you had a couple meetings. The one, I guess, the C2, when we talked about the Agriplex a bit. So just to reiterate, that should start soon, I guess, and that'll be basically a complete facelift of the Agriplex, including from the VIP suite. If you all know it, there will be windows looking down from there as well. They were actually framed in when they did the VIP upgrades, and the windows are bought, so that'll just be part of the whole process is installing those. So that'll be nice when that's complete here in the fall sometime. And then the other one too that come from C2 was the C2 and the Bonnyville Pontiacs partnered up to buy a new clock that has the video screen on it, which will be in place for next season as well. And the Pontiacs got $110,000 from the Oilers 50-50 grant. And then the C2 applied for another grant as well that they were able to match that amount as well from the provincial government, which paid for just about, well, over 2/3 of that clock. And they've got an arrangement to pay for the rest through advertising dollars and stuff with the Pontiacs, but that'll be a nice add-on as well there. And I mentioned that the Pinty's curling group was there a few years ago, and they said the only thing holding us back from hosting a curling event was the video clock for whatever reason, I guess. So that'll be neat to explore that as well. So so those are the two big items. I had a chamber meeting that was canceled, and other than that, I guess that was about it. The library, but it was business as usual there, really, so.
Okay, I'll try to talk quick about my stuff. So Alberta Care Conference. Interesting, Alberta Care was actually formed in this area like 25, 30 years ago, but it's a really good organization to belong to because it kind of implements the waste management stuff, the recycling, they work with ARMA, the Alberta Recycling Management Authority, who kind of make sure we're collecting the money for the pop cans and the bottles and all the rest of this stuff, and paper and electronics, and so they're organizing all these programs. Their electronics recycling program, Alberta was the lead. Alberta Care kind of pushed and said, let's get going. We've got lots more to collect than TVs and computers, so now they're collecting just about everything electronically, and so ARMA actually is the group that will kind of set the eco fees, or the fees that they collect, so that when they recycle that material, there's a bit of money there to work with. So Alberta Care is a good organization. Lots of presentations and tours with that in Lethbridge. I just want to hit some of the highlights here. So we toured Lethbridge landfill. I'm not sure if that's a highlight, but it's kind of interesting. They've got our hydrovac disposal facility, because by provincial regulations, you can't just dump hydrovac stuff wherever you want it, and so people now are building their own hydrovac facilities because it's expensive to get rid of it. Talking about recycling, they built an MRF, material recycling facility for recyclables, and they took 9,500 tons of material out of their landfills, but they also landfill 100,000 tons a year, so a lot of material. They're trying to work on a methane system where they'll collect the methane from their landfill. So they haven't started collecting methane yet, so that's kind of something to work on. They've got a huge landfill though. They're going to build a big compost facility, because I think they said 55% of their waste is compostable, so they'll pull that out of that eventually. Leduc talked a little bit about some of the stuff they're doing with that MCCAC, Municipal Climate Change Action Center. One of the interesting points, they got a $600,000 grant to replace light bulbs in some of their facilities, or lighting, so that was kind of neat to see that they could get that much money. One of the ones for me was interesting, Peace River Waste Energy, and Council Fadea maybe talk a bit about that one, but that's kind of an interesting initiative, and I hope it has the best of success, because we'd love to get something like that here in the MD. They named a new chair of the ARMA board, Brad Pickering. So the name's familiar to a lot of people, because he used to be different kind of ministers in the area or whatever. Let's see. Oh, and then we had a waste management committee. Councillor Fadea maybe mentions that one too. One of the things we talked about was Meadowview Estates. About 26 residents living just south of the MD shop. Maybe we'll ask if they want curbside pickup. Toxic Roundup, talked a little bit about that. We kind of came to the conclusion possibly that toxic Roundup once a year really isn't required anymore, because we're collecting everything at the MD and at our bin sites and at our landfills, so we don't really need that toxic Roundup anymore. But one of our admins is going to talk to Town of Bonnyville about it, because it's put on at the Town of Bonnyville. I had a LICA workshop, Integrated Watershed Management Plan at the C2. Lots of good discussion from folks in the community. About 20 people attended. Things like along lakes in our area, do we need a larger buffer to protect our lakes from sewage and that sort of thing, and people ruining these lakes? And I talked to CAO Hogan about that, and maybe we can incorporate some of their findings into our municipal development plan or land use bylaw or whatever. Of course, the Town of Bonnyville Ukrainian flag raising was a nice event that we could attend. And then on March 5th, that ACFA Sugar Shack Cabana Soup thing, Alberta Francophone month of March, so I attended that flag raising and a bit of that Sugar Shack event. I don't know if most people probably haven't been there. It used to be at Tellier's farm west of town, and then they moved it out to one of the camps at Moose Lake, and then they've got it in town now, so they may try it in town for a few years. And that's it. Thank you. Councillor Crick.
I don't think I did quite as much as you did. On the 24th, had an FCSS meeting in Bonnyville, and just I guess one of the highlights from that meeting or points, they're kind of running out of space in their building there, so sometime down the road, hopefully they can get some more space. On the 27th, got to do judging for 4-H, so that was kind of fun. Then, of course, the meet and greet with the City of Cold Lake Council, that was a good one. And I think one of my highlights was the staff breakfast. It was good to get out and see most of the staff. So thank you so much, Al and the general managers for putting that on. It was really appreciated. That same day we had a special meeting with the BRFA, so it's just moving stuff along there. And then on the 4th of March, there's a Northern Lights Library Board meeting. So, and we had a presentation there, so I won't go into too much detail on that. And yeah, I think that's about it for me.
Yeah, just like the rest of the council, staff breakfast, that was awesome. I think somebody overfried my sausages, but it was fine besides that. I think it was Mr. Gandolfi, but it's okay. So again, with the City of Cold Lake and also Lethbridge Alberta Care was good. Just kind of give you guys an idea. On the lobby efforts, they take forever. One of the big wins for Alberta Care and Alberta Recycling was the big tire levy. It went from $8 to $14. That took 8 years to lobby the government to put that levy on the tires. So that's going to some good places. I think they're running out of tires to use up and recycle, which is kind of crazy, right? So yeah, so those are the good points. Library report. I mean, it's good. You know, everybody's very thankful for the MD support. We're going through somewhat of transition of a chair. That's going well. They do a phenomenal job out there. And FCSS, just your typical updated meeting. There'll be a volunteer appreciation breakfast on, I think, March 14th. That's going to be hosted by the mayor and council. And they volunteered me for a cleanup crew, so I'll be there. And also, RMA, 14th, is that right? Oh my gosh, I guess I won't be cooking. Oh, there we go. So then, I finished my ARB, Land and Property Rights Tribunal course, and so we're good to go there. So I'm legal again to make decisions, Stephanie, and that's about really it. So thank you for that.
I think that's it, yeah.
Just a couple of updates for council. RMA, obviously, this week, Mayors and Reeves meeting. I've sent Reeve Kalinsky the information for that for Monday evening. We were denied a meeting with the Minister of Transportation, but we have been granted a meeting with the Minister of Environment. We'll send out the invitation. We had to respond today fairly quickly as to who was attending, so far we've got myself, Mr. Bespalko, Reeve Kalinsky, and Deputy Reeve Swigert attending that meeting. If there's others who would like to attend, we can certainly get them added to the list, but we had to give them an answer today. Essentially, the reason for the meeting is to just talk about the continuing delays. I will admit to some frustration. I'm becoming tired of talking to Minister Nixon about delays in the environment bureaucracy, but it seems to be the only reason to meet with environment is how come they can't get stuff out. So that's going on. There is dinner reservations for Tuesday evening, and then it's regular convention as well. I'd also like to remind council that the Thursday, I think it's a Thursday evening, the 24th. Is that a Thursday evening? Anyway, it's the evening of the 24th, but I think it's the Thursday evening, is the MD tubing evening. This counselor and their families are certainly invited out, staff and their families are invited out. There'll be a dinner, or there'll be food available at the lodge from 5:30 to 6 o'clock, and the hill will be open till 8 o'clock, and I'm certainly looking forward to seeing Councillor Kreviak on a tube, going down the tube hill. I think that will be fun. I'll go down with you.
Very fun watching you crash.
The timing for the dinner seemed really strange, 5:30 till 6.
We were trying to get it set up in a way that people could get there from work, and at the same time that the Hill staff would be able to participate with us, the Kinnessoo staff. So it's going to be out, it's kind of a buffet, and that they would have a couple of hours to participate in the fun, as opposed to just leaving it open, and Kinnessoo staff would be working while we're all having fun. They are MD employees. So we're trying to get it wrapped up for 6 or 6:30, so Kinnessoo staff could get out. So that's kind of the reason for the timing.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have prior arrangements for that day, so. We need to tell the minister he's got to make a decision and not rely on the bureaucrats to make his decisions. Thank you.
Councillor Dave?
So is the reason the Minister of Transportation is not meeting with us because did we write a rebuttal letter to their, should I say, snotty-nosed email?
They did not offer us an email an invitation at convention. However, Robin received an invitation to meet with the minister at, I think, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, on Wednesday afternoon in Edmonton.
This went like.
When everyone's traveling back from convention.
I'll be happy to stay for that one.
Well, we can certainly see if it's still available, but.
We do have one currently booked now for March 28th.
Okay. So we have another meeting that we've been able to establish.
She seems like a real nice lady. I don't think it was her that wrote that letter. Yeah, I mean, those remarks that we are where we are and we don't pay attention to the signs and rules. Like, I think that's very uncalled for.
That's the first I did, that must be fairly late breaking news on a meeting with the minister. Okay.
Mr. CEO, is that about it? Wraps it up, do you think? Nothing else? No closed sessions? We're done that? Need a motion to adjourn? Councillor Crick, thank you. Makes the motion. All in favor? You can take your jacket off there now, Mr. Reeve. Good seeing you.